Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and today we are diving deep into Hollywood humiliation rituals. How much overlap is there into Illuminati Freemasonry? How much overlap is there into MK Ultra and other CIA conspiracies? Everybody's kind of known about how weird Hollywood or Hollyweird is. But I don't think people are truly prepared to peel back the veil into exactly what goes on and why. Trigger warning for the coincidence theorists. Their meltdowns might be epic after this one. I've never seen a comprehensive deep dive going back decades into everything from supposed highly prolific and incredible Hollywood actors wearing dresses to the ritual humiliation of female actresses before, during, and after superstardom. And we will be examining here the differences between supposedly exploitative or gratuitous content that is not part of a Hollywood Illuminati humiliation ritual and one that could be. All of this and more we will be examining in typical MINDSHOCK fashion, with logic and reason at the forefront, unlike any other podcast out there. If you want to help support the MINDSHOCK podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. If you're not getting them, just like and comment on more videos. That's how the YouTube algorithm works. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind. Leave them in the comments section. No doubt there will be plenty of triggered goof at the end of this one if YouTube doesn't shut us down, which it might. I mean, we should take bets. Actually, you know what? I'm going to put a poll in the chat right now on whether or not YouTube is going to shut this stream down. And we will see. A lot of MINDSHOCK listeners in the chat here. Welcome, everyone. This will be the most comprehensive, exhaustive deep dive specifically into Hollywood Illuminati humiliation rituals, the selling of the soul for fame and fortune, and we will dive into the nuance here, because I've never seen anybody else actually try to dissect what is the difference between random supposedly exploitative sex scenes or whatever and specific humiliation rituals. Now, we will not be going into anything related with non-adults. If you haven't checked out the previous Q&A, we went over Lily Sobieski, Eyes Wide Shut, etc. This will be specifically with consenting adult actors and actresses. Now, there's obviously overlap. There's a lot of criminal scum out there. There's obviously overlap. There's child actors and all those issues in Hollyweird that are constantly being exposed, especially the past couple of years. There is overlap, but we're going to try to stay on topic, so everybody stay with me in the chat. We are going to try to really be very specific here about what is or isn't a Hollywood Illuminati humiliation ritual. Is it merely a ritual that takes place for initiation among the Hollywood elite to become the top of the top A-lister, or is it some kind of ritual or rite of passage of someone who is already famous, who has already had fame and fortune and notoriety and even possibly Academy Awards in certain situations, and for whatever reason, in order to transcend beyond the top level, they must engage in Illuminati humiliation ritual? And furthermore, what about somebody that has already achieved it all and later in life Why would they be involved in a humiliation ritual unless it is simply to keep them in line? We will be examining all of this and more. So here the poll, we are dead even, 50-50 whether or not YouTube will shut this stream down. So we will see. We will see. So let's get started here. Now, we have to do a brief intro on Freemasonry here because it is critical into understanding what these rituals are and why they are. Now, some believe this all goes back to ancient Babylon or even prior to these secret societies that they are the string pullers. They've either infiltrated the government. Some people believe Freemasons were once a benevolent group, or even the Illuminati was once benevolent, bringing illumination and wisdom to mankind. And they were infiltrated by nefarious forces or entities, human or not. And that is where we are here with all of these infiltrated groups doing the devil's work, so to speak. So, I will go over some very general information here. I don't believe I've gone over this before, so I'll go over it now. Super quick article here from Ranker, of all places, just to set the stage here, written by Stephen Roget, October 30th, 2019. Weird rules all Freemasons must obey or else they face the consequences. The outside world has long been obsessed with uncovering the truth behind Freemason traditions and other Masonic secrets, but the organization remains largely shrouded in mystery. Occasionally, articles come out with titles like How to Identify a Freemason or Freemason Secrets Revealed, but they rarely, if ever, reveal anything of actual interest. Truthfully, all of these secret Masonic rituals aren't nearly as creepy and satanic as the news media would have the public believe, but that doesn't mean they aren't super weird and interesting. What is Freemasonry? It's a loose organization of various fraternal groups that trace their origins back to stonemasonry guilds from the Middle Ages. Since then, Freemasons have diversified their interests and are now essentially community organizations that focus on fraternity, charity, and goodwill towards mankind, like a lot more secretive version of a Rotary Club. Or at least that's what they'd like you to believe. Dedicated conspiracy theorists continue to disagree. And I'll just chime in real quick here. Post-Tartaria mudflood theories, some believe they're called the Freemasons because they got the masonry for free in these found nations. The foundation of these nations were literally Freemasonry, and these nations were found. They were founded. Found because they were already there. New World or not, all over the world. Who knows? Just quick aside here, because this is MINDSHOCK and I don't want to overlook anything. We are going down every single avenue and rabbit hole in exhaustive and comprehensive fashion. Obviously, the motto here is the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. Cammie Tompkins here in the chat said, I believe it all goes back to the Babylonian and Kemetic mystery school system, possibly the Atlantean mystery schools even before that. Who knows, of course. So, let's continue here with this article. The basic qualifications rule out a lot of people. The basic qualifications that one must have in order to join a Freemason lodge at the entry level seem simple, but are actually quite exclusionary. For one, with the exception of a few unofficial chapters, only men are welcome to become Freemasons. Anyone wishing to join must be sponsored by 2 established Freemasons, although inheritance is possible. Finally, everyone wanting to join must attest that they believe in one singular supreme power, a monotheistic God, but not necessarily the Christian one. In other words, only men who believe in God can join, and even then, they need connections. And another quick point here in the similarity between even, let's say, the MK Ultra program You have Project Mockingbird, all these Hollywood infiltrations of CIA using MK Ultra mind control techniques. I actually went over this in the Britney Spears conspiracy podcast here on MindShock. If you haven't checked that out, make sure you check that out. You have you had Mockingbird, Monarch, all of these associated MK Ultra brainwashing programs. Supposedly, and we're going to be getting into this later in the podcast, supposedly not everyone is necessarily qualified to become an MK Ultra subject. Similar to hypnosis, if someone is extremely strong-willed, strong-minded, or who knows, possibly an old or strong soul that can't be easily manipulated, that might disqualify them from certain brands of MK Ultra brainwashing. For example, does anybody wonder why some people or some child stars supposedly make it big in Hollywood and others don't? Now, obviously, it's not always related to talent. You have some horrible actors becoming A-listers, both former child stars and not. And you have some extremely gifted actors, just brilliant actors who never actually seem to break into the mainstream. They never seem to be able to be household names, and they're kind of relegated to a lot of indie and low-budget projects. Is that because they weren't willing to sell their soul, or was the proposition to sell their soul never even made? And we will get into all of that in comprehensive fashion later on. I'm just setting the stage here because, again, I have never seen a comprehensive single podcast go over all of this or documentary. We are going over all of it, from whistleblowers to ancient Illuminati rituals and how they all connect here in Hollywood, media, Medea, the goddess of illusion, and is Hollywood mystery Babylon itself, the whore of Babylon, exporting degeneracy all throughout the world, leading to some kind of worldwide Sodom and Gomorrah? And does this cycle repeat many times as Mud Flood Reset theory posits? Here on MindShock, we examine all of that. So, Freemasons can't talk about religion or politics at meetings. Despite the qualifying question for Masonic membership, discussion of personal religion is actually forbidden within Freemason lodges. The organization is usually described as religious, but not a religion. And they don't endorse any one monotheistic religion over another. Religion isn't the only forbidden topic in a lodge, as discussion of politics is also banned. Lodges are often accused of being the location of secretive political deal-making, but the most basic rules of Freemasonry outlaw any such conversation. That's not to say that political discussions aren't held between various Masons outside of their official meeting places. Now, this kind of makes sense. Obviously, we're going over a mainstream article here on Ranker, but this kind of makes sense because it seems like all politicians, all top-level corporate masters and millionaires and billionaires, if they're all Freemasons, I mean, they're on opposite sides of the political aisle, opposite sides of religions, and yet, if they're all Freemasons serving a higher master, it kind of sort of makes sense. Like, a lot of coincidence theorists can't grasp this concept. It's very basic. But again, coincidence theorists, I mean, they seem to be allergic to logic. So what's curious here is that if they really are worshiping the mystery religion that preceded all these Abrahamic and other religions, is that the real religion, and is it satanic or demonic in origin? Or if it wasn't and it was originally good, then when all these groups got infiltrated, they switched it to the worship of either Moloch or Baal or any of these satanic entities, or all of them, who knows. And it is the mystery religion behind it all, and all these other Abrahamic religions are kind of smoke screens at the bottom. Obviously, coincidence theorists cling desperately to their false dichotomy logical fallacies where they pretend it can only be one or the other. Cami also posted here, Albert Pike and Manly P. Hall, both initiated 33-degree Masons, have written books confirming all the conspiracies of Freemasonry, from the York rites to Scottish rites. Yes, a lot of this information is out there, and from Pike and Hall, although some believe they are bad actors. Justin Johnson with an excellent question here. How can you have a sworn oath to Masons and be a president of the U.S. under a sworn oath to the people? Well, not just the U.S., but any of these other countries or any of these other organizations. I mean, forget being a president. I mean, you know, you got the Pope or any of these heads of other religions and churches. If their primary oath is to the secret society, that is a great question, Justin Johnson. One that should have the people outraged. Yes, most of the U.S. presidents, if not all, were Freemasons. Obviously, George Washington was a master Mason indeed. So, continuing this article here, you can't bring your outside status inside the lodge. Now, this is a very important point, because some coincidence theorists kind of point to some of these billionaires or top guys. They're like, oh, well, they would never do this or that or be part of this ritual. But if they have a higher oath, especially within the lodge, their rank or social status means nothing, especially if there are people behind the scenes that could kill them at any time, you know, related to the Epstein situation or not. The fraternity of the Freemasons is based on equality and equity within the organization. A wide variety of people have joined the order, including a great number of presidents and other important and influential individuals. However, all such grandiose titles must be dropped at the door when entering a Masonic lodge. Real-world status means nothing to Freemasons when meetings are held, and the only status that matters is one's level of achievement within Freemasonry. Everyday laborers stand shoulder to shoulder with titans of industry inside a Masonic lodge. And we'll be getting more into status and what it all means within Hollywood and these Hollywood humiliation rituals. We're just going over the basic rules here because it's going to make a lot more sense in a few moments here, especially for people who are new to how Freemasonry works or allegedly works. Secret handshakes, knocks, and passwords are lodge specific. It has long been rumored that all Freemasons learn a secret handshake, but that doesn't appear to be true. Although each lodge is sure to have its own rituals, and handshakes, passwords, and secret knocks are part of that, these would be specific to each individual order. Although Freemasonry exists worldwide, most individual orders are only loosely affiliated with one another, meaning there's no such thing as a universal Freemason handshake. However, some members will attest that you can still find out a Mason by the way he shakes your hand if you are aware. And this is another very basic point that even small children can understand, but for whatever reason, coincidence theorists, with their desperate false dichotomy logical fallacies, they kind of believe, well, it's either one or the other. Well, how come this handshake's a little different than this one? Maybe they're all just regular handshakes and nothing ever has to do with Freemasonry on the political stage. I mean, coincidence theorists are hilarious goofs, no doubt. Getting in involves quote-unquote death and resurrection, but that's just the first step. One of the main reasons why Freemasonry is so associated with satanic ritual and other dark beliefs is the admittedly macabre initiation ritual that one must go through in order to be inducted. Although the exact ritual differs from chapter to chapter, the commonality is usually a mock death in which the individual is blindfolded with a rope around their neck, and then has a knife brandished at their bare chest. After this symbolic death, the individual is resurrected as a Freemason. Most members describe it as a theatrical performance. However, this is only the beginning. Freemasons must advance the ranks of Freemasonry by earning degrees, of which there are an astonishing 33. And we won't get into the number, the numerology and symbology behind 33 for the purpose of this podcast. Is just a quick intro. But can you imagine if the first ritual is literally a mock death? How many other rituals are there, and how dark are they going to get? I mean, just from the outside looking in, what kind of benevolent organization would actually terrify people with a mock death, and who knows, supposedly sometimes they actually killed people during these rituals. Again, I do not allege anything is true or untrue. This is MINDSHOCK. But if this is the ritual just for initiation, I mean, can you imagine all the other rituals? Just does this pass the sniff test of a benevolent organization from the outside? Just objectively looking at it from the outside. It's very, very weird. Shelby with a good point here about the Bible. In the Bible, it tells us not to make oaths with anyone but him, capital H-I-M. So just by making an oath covenant is breaking God's laws. So that's something I've always wondered how they think past that part. Yeah, that's actually, I've wondered about that too, in terms of devout Christians who are also Freemasons. Because, yeah, obviously you cannot make an oath of allegiance. Not just, I mean, it actually gets even simpler. Like, you can't even take an oath to a nation or a flag. Because your oath is only to, any kind of oath is only to the Creator. Not cheap imitations, not nations made up of men hallucinating they have the right to rule you and tell you what to do and steal from you and call it taxes. So the Bible's very explicit in those things. So it's very difficult to rectify Christians that are statists or Christians that are anybody following any Abrahamic faith are statists or Freemasons. It is very weird. It's very weird. I don't have an answer for that, Shelby. I can't answer that. Alien Big Cat 23 says Freemasons' ultimate god is Lucifer the Lightbringer, although brothers of any religion can join. Yeah, it really seems like maybe the Illuminati could have been benevolent from the outset, because again, illuminating, and then they got usurped, co-opted, infiltrated, and then the world became fallen at a certain point because of that. So let's continue on here. Once you advance enough, you get to learn God's secret name. Eventually, a Freemason can receive enough degrees to become a Master Mason, after which they're invited to join the Supreme Order of the Holy Royal Arch. Reportedly, this is where members become privy to the ultimate secret of the Freemasons, the true name of the great architect of the universe, in other words, God's real name. Of course, this supposed secret has long been leaked, and God's real name is Jabulon, according to this. So if anyone wanted to join the Freemasons just to find out God's real name, it's Jabulon, and you can save yourself the time and effort. And, yeah, regarding this, it could also be, you know, the disinfo on the lower level Mason side. But anyway, the basic rules of conduct go back to the Justinian Code. There are a lot of rules on the books in the Freemason Code, but the rules have a relatively simple basis. They are actually based in Justinian Code, a codification of the Roman law that was ordered by Emperor Justinian in the 6th century. The Justinian Code was a lengthy one, but the Masons attempt to follow the gist of it. Live honestly, injure nobody, and render to everyone his just due. That's a little ominous. It's a rough combination of the Golden Rule and the Hippocratic Oath. In other words, the Masons made sure to get more specific. And again, this is the surface level. Obviously, you know, what is, I forgot the verse in the Bible, Satan comes in the name of good. Because obviously, you're not going to be able to fool that many people if you openly admit you're absolute evil. But if you pretend to be good and fool the people, I mean, that's kind of like the doorway in. Various offenses include slander, sharing Masonic secrets, and excess of any kind. An individual can find themselves in violation of Masonic law for any number of reasons, from the serious to the incredibly petty. As a non-political body, Freemasonry specifically outlawed any actions against the state. So that ruled out most real crimes. Beyond that, anti-Masonic conduct include things like quarreling at a meeting or bringing outside disputes into the lodge. Members could be reprimanded for slander or backstabbing one another, and excess of any kind was forbidden, so that included sex, drugs, and alcohol. Masonic meetings were to be strictly on topic. By far, the biggest no-no was sharing the secrets of Freemasonry, and that offense carried with it the harshest penalties. So this might have been like the ancient rules. I mean, it seems like nobody follows these anymore. But it is curious. So if it forbids slander or backstabbing of one another, we are going to go into on why nobody blows the whistle on anybody in Hollywood usually, or at least the high-level scumbags. They don't blow the whistle on each other, and we're going to look at a lot more of that and why, because a lot of these so-called open secrets in Hollywood have been around for a long time. Freemasons can be accused of breaking the rules by outsiders. This is actually a very curious one, and it kind of reminds me of a lot of sci-fi movies. Although only Freemasons have to abide by Masonic law, anyone can accuse them of having broken it. Any accusation raised against a member must be investigated in full, so the ability of outside sources to make accusations is fairly significant. This rule is likely in place to more easily facilitate the reporting of secret leakers. However, as a caveat, Masons will not accept testimony from those they deem unsound of mind. A list that includes children, the mentally ill, and atheists. Okay, let's go back to the phrase unsound of mind. Is there any shortage of Hollywood celebrities that just one day appear to be unsound mind? Can anybody think of any celebrities that seem to have breakdowns? I wonder why that happens. I mean, this is actually, we're going to get into this later, but I'm going to drop it here because this is related. Supposedly, MK Ultra programming, either on children or young adults, whatever, supposedly it breaks down around the late 20s, early 30s. And this is actually where you see an astounding number of celebrities having breakdowns, being removed from the public eye, disappearing for years. Late 20s, early 30s. There's some kind of an issue with the MK Ultra programming where it does not last forever. And we'll be getting into that later as well. And the other curiosity about anybody being accused, a non-Mason can accuse a Mason of breaking Masonic law. It's almost like if these dark rules are in place for the universe here, sometimes the only way to win is to use their rules against them. Maybe not the only way. I mean, if you have the armor of God, you have the armor of God. But you can use their rules against them. And it seems like that's something a lot of people don't do. Is that the secret here to tearing down the entire cabal? Do it by using their own rules that they are bound to. Now, I probably need to do another podcast just dedicated on that concept in and of itself, because we're going to try to be really specific here because there's a lot of overlap. And I must reiterate, we're going to try to really stay on topic here. Masonic trials involve a vote of all present members, and the accused represent themselves. When a member is accused of breaking Masonic law, they must face a trial of literally all of their peers. Every member present in a lodge for a trial must vote a verdict of guilty or not guilty, making for a potential gigantic jury. Usually, accusers represent themselves as the prosecution, while the accused represent themselves as the defense. This may not be the most legally sound method of trial, but there are definitely organizations who induct internal investigations in a less fair manner. Masons are clear about trials focusing on the accusation only and not the character of accuser or accused. Another interesting point here, if these votes in secret, behind the scenes, is this when sacrificial lambs are offered up, be it Weinstein, be it Epstein, be it any of these supposed high-profile or even low-profile individuals? Was there a behind-the-scenes trial where they were found guilty of violating Masonic law, and that is when their protection got revoked? Because you have all these scum operating seemingly with impunity out in the open. I mean, Bill Gates as well, but has Bill Gates not been found guilty of violating Masonic law, so he's still free to roam? Whereas some of these other high-profile individuals, like at which point were they offered up as the so-called sacrifice? And why? That's a curiosity. The ultimate penalty is expulsion. A Freemason would consider the ultimate punishment for breaking Masonic law to be expulsion from the order. Such expulsion is total and removes an individual's right to enter any Masonic lodge anywhere, all rights and privileges previously earned, and the right to ever apply for membership again. This punishment, as such, is only handed out for extremely serious offenses. However, an outside observer may disagree about what constitutes the worst punishment because there are some pretty bad ones on the books. So, again, is when certain personalities are offered up on a platter, even for the public, is this because they are no longer a Mason and their protections are all revoked? You know, for a John Wick reference, excommunicado. And now, you know, they're fair play. No judges or police, nobody's going to protect them anymore. Or if it's kind of a show for the public and they're still a member, maybe they are secretly still being protected. Again, I do not claim anything is true or untrue. This is MINDSHOCK, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. There are definitely worse punishments on the books. There are a number of interesting punishments associated with giving up Masonic secrets to the general public, and they escalate depending on a member's Masonic degree. At the lower levels, secret-spilling Masons are to have their tongue ripped out, while for higher Masons, it's their hearts. Master Masons who share ultimate secrets are to be disemboweled, while those who leak things like Jabulon's name are to have the top of their skull sliced off, which seems like a death sentence. Of course, most Freemasons either deny that these punishment exists or insist they're symbolic, but most probably refrain from sharing secrets all the same. And the skull being chopped off, the top of the skull, is that some kind of lobotomy? Is that why we see certain celebrities come back looking completely different with different skull features? Because they've been replaced for either spilling the beans too much, whether intentionally or not, or, of course, I mean, we can go into the whole celebrity cloning conspiracies. I've gone over that in the past as well. Yeah, this is very, very tough to dissect symbolically or otherwise. We have Cammy saying Kanye West had multiple MK breakdowns, and every time he had a breakdown or glitch, he would disappear and pop back into the media with a changed personality. Yeah. Joyce B chimed in what I was saying earlier. Corinthians 11:14 is the Bible passage here. Satan masquerades as an angel of light. And that does explain quite a lot on this earth. It explains quite a lot. Welcome, Yaya Kelly here. Okay. So the final point here, Freemasonry even carries a dreaded cancellation policy. There are annual fees associated with being a member of a Masonic lodge, but their cancellation policies make quitting the order a nearly impossible task. Members are asked to pay out their full lifetime subscription if they want to leave, which is likely an exorbitant sum of money. If they refuse, members are officially expelled for life and will never be welcomed back again. No word on whether or not this comes with a disembowelment. And also, if they want to leave and they have a lot of dirt on them, Epstein style or otherwise, then they wouldn't be able to. Yeah, I mean, that's really tough there as well. But in terms of depending on their rank, like we went over the Mel Gibson Illuminati Hollywood whistleblower interview, did they make him wear a dress, you know, whatever, dress up as a woman in What Women Want because of that interview? Did he get blacklisted because of that interview? Was that a lower level punishment because he didn't blow the whistle explicitly enough? Or was he not high enough of a Mason? Or who knows what the combination was. Obviously, a lot of different theories going with that. So I'm going to move on to the next link here, which is a history on Freemasonry. I'm going to try to go over it quickly. There's a lot of information here. This is from crystallinks.com. This is an old school conspiracy site, but they got a lot of stuff here. Freemasonry or Masonry refers to fraternal organizations that trace their origins to the local guilds of stonemasons that, from the end of the 13th century, regulated the qualifications of stonemasons and their interaction with authorities and clients. Freemasonry has been the subject of numerous conspiracy theories throughout the years. Modern Freemasonry broadly consists of two main recognition groups. Regular Freemasonry insists that a volume of scripture be open in a working lodge, that every member profess belief in a supreme being, that no women be admitted, and that the discussion of religion and politics be banned. Continental Freemasonry consists of the jurisdictions that have removed some or all of these restrictions. The basic local organizational unit of Freemasonry is the Lodge. These private lodges are usually supervised at the regional level, usually coterminous with a state, province, or national border, by a Grand Lodge or Grand Orient. That's an interesting word, Orient. There is no international worldwide Grand Lodge that supervises all of Freemasonry. Each Grand Lodge is independent, and they do not necessarily recognize each other as being legitimate, and that's obviously contested. The degrees of Freemasonry retain the three grades of medieval craft guilds, those of entered apprentice, journeyman, or fellow, now called fellow craft, and master mason. The candidate of these three degrees is progressively taught the meanings of the symbols of Freemasonry and entrusted with grips, signs, and words to signify to other members that he has been so initiated. The degrees are all part allegorical morality play and part lecture. 3 degrees are offered by craft or Blue Lodge Freemasonry, and members of any of these degrees are known as Freemasons or Masons. There are additional degrees which vary with locality and jurisdiction and are usually administered by their own bodies, separate from those who administer the craft degrees. Freemasonry is a worldwide fraternal organization. Its members are joined together by shared ideals of both a moral and metaphysical nature, and in most of its branches by a common belief in a supreme being. Freemasonry is an esoteric art in that certain aspects of its internal work are not generally revealed to the public. Masons give numerous reasons for this, one of which is that Freemasonry uses an initiatory system of degrees to explore ethical and philosophical issues, and the system is less effective if the observer knows beforehand what will happen. It often calls itself a peculiar system of morality veiled in allegory and illustrated by symbols. So, because a lot of coincidence theorists, goofs, they pretend that all the symbols of Freemasonry are all mere coincidence. Obviously, very, very silly. Cami states here, humiliation rituals can also pertain to someone having to make amends to those high up on the pyramid that they angered or upset. Yes. There could be many different reasons here. Freemasons behind the veil of secrecy. So this was posted on Live Science August 14, 2020. Freemasonry, known popularly for its white aprons and arcane symbols, is the world's oldest fraternal organization. Despite its longevity, Freemasons have long been shrouded in mystery. To outside observers, the organization's rites and practices may seem cult-like, clannish, and secretive, even sinister. Some of this stems from Freemasons' often deliberate reluctance to speak about the organization's rituals to outsiders. But it also partly the result of many popular movies and books such as Dan Brown's The Da Vinci Code, 2003, that have fostered misconceptions or depicted the order in an unflattering light. This sounds like a damage control article here. In reality, however, Freemasonry is a worldwide organization with a long and complex history. Its members have included politicians, engineers, scientists, writers, inventors, and philosophers. Many of these members have played prominent roles in world events. Freemasonry is wholly secular and devoid of religious aspects. Its members are encouraged to believe in a supreme being, which is the parlance of Masonry, is known as the grand architect of the universe, Jacob added. Now, again, is the architect, so to speak, also one of the big reveals in the Matrix movie, which I'll be doing a dedicated podcast on the Matrix as well. This grand architect, Jacob further explained, is akin to a deistic creator rather than a personal god as envisioned by Christianity. The concept of deism, which has its origins in 17th century Enlightenment, promotes the idea that the supreme being is like the ultimate watchmaker, a deity that created the universe but does not play an active role in the lives of its creations. A code of ethics also guides the behavior of members. This code is derived from several documents, the most famous of which is a series of documents known as the Old Charges or Constitutions. Constitution also refers to the makeup of something, like what is something constituted of. And constitution, in one sense, also referred to the strength of an individual. Like if you had a strong constitution, you would not become ill. So that's an interesting word, especially for founding documents of countries. And, of course, the Freemasons. One of these documents, known as the Regius Poem or the Halliwell manuscript, is dated to sometime around the latter 14th or early 15th century and is reportedly the oldest document to mention Masonry, according to the Pietra Stone's Review of Freemasonry, an online magazine written by Freemasons. The Halliwell manuscript is written in verse, and in addition to purportedly tracing the history of Masonry, it also prescribes correct moral behavior for Masons. For example, it urges members to be steadfast, trusty, and true, and not to take bribes or harbor thieves. While many Freemasons are Christians, Freemasonry and Christianity have had a complex, often divisive relationship. Some Orthodox Christians have taken issue with Freemasonry's deism and its frequently perceived ties to paganism and the occult. But the Catholic Church has been among its harshest critics. In 1738, a papal decree prohibited Catholics from becoming Freemasons, Jacob wrote. Even today, the papal ban on Freemasonry remains in place, with the Church declaring Freemasonry, quote, irreconcilable with the doctrine of the Church, end quote, according to the Vatican. And this is a mainstream article, obviously, from Live Science. Obviously, the Pope and the Vatican are entrenched in Illuminati, the occult, and Freemasonry. So, there is I'm just going to read a little section here on women in Freemasonry. The position of women within Freemasonry is complex. Traditionally, only men could be made Freemasons. While this has been slowly changing, especially over the past century, there were exceptions to the rule as early as the 18th century. Perhaps the most authoritative account of a woman being admitted to Freemasonry in these early years surrounds Elizabeth Aldworth, who is reported to have viewed the proceedings of a lodge meeting at Doneraile House, the house of her father, 1st Viscount Doneraile, a resident of Cork, Ireland. So there's a whole bunch of other accounts here. International co-masonry began in France, 1882, with the initiation of Maria de Reims into the Lodge Libre Penseurs, the Free Thinkers Lodge. You gotta love these names of these lodges. A men's lodge under the Grand Lodge Symbolique de France, along with the activist George Martin in 1893. Maria de Reims oversaw the initiation of 16 women into the first lodge in the world to have both men and women as members, creating the jurisdiction Les Droits Humains, LDH. So again, okay, so publicly here, the UGLE recognized since 1998 2 local women's jurisdictions as regular in practice, except for their inclusion of women, which has indicated that while not formally recognized, these bodies may be regarded as part of Freemasonry. So clearly here, there are women in Freemasonry and have been for quite some time, for people who think they weren't. Okay, so now let's really get into Hollywood, the debauchery, and everything of this nature. Is the connection still good, or did we get cut off? It's showing here the stream got cut off. Is everybody still here?
What's going on here? We had a 50-50 on whether or not YouTube would shut the stream down. We just lost a lot of people that were in here, though. There were like 50 people in here. Now there's 30. I got cut out too. I got my connection got cut off as well. Let me just double check this. Okay. It looks like it's working now, but apparently we had some interruption. Uh-oh. Is the CIA listening? Okay. Hopefully it stays steady so we can get through this, because we're just getting started here. So we are going into MINDSHOCK land right now. We're going to henrymacau.com, controversial website here. Freemasonry's best kept secret, ritual sodomy, December 5th, 2019. So sodomy, called buggery in British English, generally refers to either anal sex between people or any sexual activity between a human and another animal. It may also mean any non-procreative sexual activity. So there's a lot of shades of meaning here. So basically, anyone specifically not trying to create a new life would be engaging in sodomy. Originally, it's actually derived from Sodom and Gomorrah, biblically. Now, it's also kind of weird, I mean, and obviously someone who practices sodomy is a sodomite. And there's just so many shades of meaning here on sodomy. I mean, some people even extend this into any sexual activity outside of marriage. I mean, that's the most extreme view. Obviously, you know, it's a spectrum, basically. So this article here, by 1990, there's a picture of Marilyn Manson here. By 1996, Satanist rocker Marilyn Manson was literally selling sodomy to teens. Sodomy is a form of brainwashing. Freemasons are able to be a closeted homosexual organization due to the amnesia of half the victims and psychological denial of their own homosexuality by bullfruit perps like Jerry Sandusky. Freemasons believe sodomy opens the third eye to luciferian illumination. It attacks a pressure point of nerves at the base of the spine, causing temporary neurological paralysis and a shift of consciousness. Now consider that public schools and mass media are indoctrinating children to believe homosexuality is normal. There are thousands of gay-straight alliance clubs in elementary and high schools throughout the West where children have an opportunity to meet and experiment with homosexuality. Society is being inducted into a satanic cult, and it doesn't have a clue. So this article from 2019 here, it's problematic because, again, you know, are there trans kids in Amish communities? Maybe, but how can you be something that you don't know exists? Like how can you want to be a sculptor or a painter if you've never seen a sculpture or a painting and you don't know that it's even a thing to exist or want to be? Now, I'm not technically equating that with sexual preference or whatever. It's just, how are you aware of something that you're not aware of? You know what I mean? So all of these gay-straight alliances cropping up, and in the past few years, the trans agenda, so to speak, in having, even kindergarten, elementary school teachers just exposing children to all of this material. Children who aren't exposed to this material, I mean, the percentages are pretty clear. Kind of just like, what population of Hollywood celebrities have trans kids? It's like 30 or 40%, it's something insane. Now, what percentage of the Amish do? What percentage of a small town in the middle of nowhere do? So clearly, I mean, it's almost like you need to be exposed to something to be aware of it. And then where the MK Ultra brainwashing techniques come into play, I mean, that's just, you know, that it normalizes what might not be normal. Again, I'm not claiming anything is normal or not normal, but MK Ultra programming is involved in the normalization of things which may not be normal, like, for example, Bohemian Grove type sacrifices or any crimes involving children, etc. So, again, the exposure level to, let's say, non-traditional views, is that fair to say, in the past few decades has just been exponentially increasing. I mean, that's obvious to anyone. I mean, it's crazy. Like, from the, Hollywood films for a long time always had these little winks and nods that weren't obvious. You can even see that in old Disney cartoons, right? In Looney Tunes. You can see it everywhere. Now, what happened in the past couple years? Since 2012, I would argue. Some argue since 2001. Some argue since 2020. It's just out in the open now. Everything is all out in the open, and we'll be getting into that later. But continuing the article here, August 19th, 2012 now, by Billy Morgan. The best kept secret of the esoteric grades of Freemasonry is ritual sodomy. They believe it opens the third eye to luciferian illumination. It attacks a pressure point of the nerves at the base of the spine, causing temporary neurological paralysis and a shift of consciousness. MK Ultra survivors have testified that sodomy causes identity splits in children up to age 5, so it was standard for programming multiples. In order to produce a mind-controlled slave, it must be done ideally between age 2 and 4. The pressure point causes memory blackout, which is why victims don't experience flashbacks before a physiological change in the brain occurs between age 28 and 32. So all the people saying, oh, all these Hollywood celebrities and pop stars, why wouldn't they blow the whistle? How can they blow the whistle if they don't remember? And this is just basics of psychology. The mind protects itself, right? It's like a fight or flight. The mind has another way to protect itself, its own organism, which is to block out memories. This is Psychology 101, so I don't know why the coincidence theorists have such problems with this. It's not that everybody that would go through this would immediately blow the whistle. Now, how many celebrities have we seen have breakdowns between the ages of 28 and 32? And that doesn't have to be exact, of course. It doesn't have to be exact. I mean, I'm going to even overlap this into the 27 Club, where celebrities die at the age of 27, right around the time. Yeah, we'll be getting into Britney Spears quite extensively, shall we? I did a whole 3-hour podcast on her, but we're going to be going over things that we didn't even go over yet with Britney Spears. But the 27 Club. So you have musicians, actors, celebrities of all kinds that die at 27, either by suicide or not suicide, or if it's not suicide, was it murder? Or if it was declared suicide, was it murder staged as suicide? This is right around the time memories would be coming back from MK Ultra programming and some of these sick and sadistic rituals associated with it. Continuing this article here, when introduced at 11 or older, it doesn't cause splits, but initiates the victim or neophyte into the sadomasochistic brotherhood. The initiation is metaphysical, so it doesn't matter whether it is done formally as an initiation or informally, Jerry Sandusky style. The Illuminati are a class of people that have this illumination in common, whether the perp was a Freemason or not. So again, there is a distinction here. There's overlap between the Illuminati and Freemasonry, but it's not necessarily synonymous. Anyone that has experienced sodomy has been illuminated or initiated into the Luciferian initiation because Lucifer is real. No one will enter the New World Order unless he or she will make a pledge to worship Lucifer. No one will enter the New Age unless he will take a Luciferian initiation. This is a quote from David Spangler, a leading figure in the 70s and 80s New Age movement, and United Nations affiliated NGOs, Find Horde Foundation, and Linda's Foreign Association. So this New Age figure is, wow, this is weird. United Nations affiliated. Okay. This is why sodomy laws have been overturned almost worldwide since 1970. By 1996, Satanist rocker Marilyn Manson was literally selling sodomy to teens and laughing all the way to the bank. The lyrics for Manson's 96 rock anthem titled Cake and Sodomy, which middle school teens bought at shopping malls with their parents' money, quote, Bible belt round Anglo waist, putting sinners in their place. Yeah, right. Great if you're so good, explain the expletive stains on your face. White trash, get down on your knees, time for cake and sodomy, time for cake and sodomy. I mean, these are the lyrics of mainstream top sellers like Marilyn Manson. I mean, this is really weird. Yaya Kelly in the chat says, the record companies are sick Fs. I learned when I dated a serious musician who had a deal with Sony years ago. Yeah, I mean, it's not just, it's basically anything involved with fame and fortune. Every industry involved in fame and fortune. I mean, this is very disturbing stuff. Before he died, sodomite celebrity William S. Burroughs said in an interview that Manson stole the line, quote, I am the god of expletive, four-letter F word, end quote, from a short story Burroughs wrote 50 years earlier. Freemasons have gotten away with being a closeted homosexual organization all along due to amnesia of half the victims and psychological denial of their own homosexuality by the bullfruit perps like Sandusky. It's a Jekyll and Hyde thing. That's why so many politicians caught having public bathroom oral or anal sex, such as Indiana State Representative Paul Hinkle and U.S. Senator Larry Craig, say, quote, but I'm not gay, end quote. So again, is this an MK Ultra thing? Because that does seem to be kind of a weird thing where supposedly, even in Skull and Bones, supposedly there are certain rituals that are questionable in that department. If it's all a result of trauma-based mind control, they might not be lying when they're saying they're not gay, because there's other factors here in brainwashing. It's kind of crazy. It's tricky to explain to people that millions of Illuminati agents act completely autonomously. I don't think there is an organization with an address and meetings and such by that name. Illuminati are the people Satan's got under demonic obsession. It doesn't require what we're used to thinking of secret groups with meetings and so on. What explains it is that there is a supernatural, non-human counterforce behind the scenes. Satan and Legion are real. I think this is what Paul meant by the mystery of iniquity in his letter to the Thessalonians 2:7, quote, for the mystery of iniquity is already at work. Only he who now lets will let until he be taken out of the way, end quote. That's a very, very ominous passage. That is not to say that there isn't a network of conscious Satanists who occupy the positions of power in most organizations. Thus, the Illuminati control all organizations with plausible deniability. I actually did a whole podcast on plausible deniability. This is another concept like conflict of interest that coincidence theorists have a really hard time with. They get suspected, but they never get convicted because they sit on the bench. And for people who wonder why this is going on in the justice systems with all of these corrupt scum who are clearly guilty that keep getting away with it, this would explain it, wouldn't it? Yeah, we'll be getting into Taylor Swift a little bit as well. We'll also be getting into the difference between male and female Illuminati humiliation rituals. Because I did a poll, and a lot of people seem to not understand the extent that females are involved with humiliation rituals. I mean, I'm not a feminist, but it's kind of disgusting how women are treated. Because it's kind of a weird trick that feminism pulls. It pretends non-victim situations are victim situations, and then the real horrible situations the real, like, hateful and misogynistic things that happen to women, feminism ignores or pretends is empowering. And it's, the whole thing is so dark in Hollywood. It's crazy. We'll be getting into all of that. The network extends to police, courts, media, so nothing happens, as was the case twice when avowed Satanist Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino left was caught. And this is, of course, the Omaha Franklin scandal and Presidio, which was both linked to Michael Aquino, possibly also the Johnny Gosch case. And for those that haven't listened to the documented cases of satanic ritual abuse on MINDSHOCK, I did a multi-hour presentation on that for all the coincidence theorists who claim that SRA is all made up when it's documented, prosecuted, front page newspaper. I mean, it was just crazy how much evidence could there even be? Because these goofs that say there's no evidence, how much more evidence could there even be because the mountain is already so high? Yeah, I mean, it's just, it's really crazy. Also, what a lot of people don't connect the dots to is the Greeks, the Romans, the Babylonians, etc. They were all engaging in sodomy. I mean, you have Caligula, obviously one of the most famous, if that history is true. But is all of history repeating again now in the West with all the degeneracy all over the place? So let's get further here, because now we're going to go specifically into Hollywood. Again, the main export of media in the world. So we have here, this has been going on for many, many decades. I'll be focusing mostly on the 80s, 90s, and beyond. So Mrs. Doubtfire was one of the first super mainstream films, even technically billed as a family film, where children were exposed to a grown man in drag. Mainstream media here. Not that there weren't instances in decades prior, there was always a certain amount of this. You can find, sometimes cross-dressing was used as a gag. So again, let's not fall for false dichotomies. It's possible certain people thought it was kind of funny and it wasn't an Illuminati humiliation ritual. We'll be getting into that, because I think one of the most important things here is to delineate, because we're not going to fall for false dichotomy. Everything is not an Illuminati humiliation ritual. I'm probably one of the few people that might even doubt John Cena's Oscar performance on giving the Wardrobe award while not wearing wardrobe. Everybody was saying that was Illuminati humiliation ritual. Maybe it was. We're going to get into John Cena. But I wouldn't put it at the top of the list as most obvious, because he was technically still wearing something. Somebody posted some behind the scenes video and then they put him in a toga. I'm not 100% sure. Everybody kind of claims that the John Cena Oscars thing was an Illuminati humiliation ritual. I'm going to point to things even with Cena that were clearly Illuminati humiliation rituals. That one's a little bit more iffy for me, but we'll continue examining. So Mrs. Doubtfire here, 1993. So children, millions of children are exposed to the normalization of a man in a dress pretending to be a woman. I mean, think at the time. I remember when this movie came out. Everybody had it. Everybody had a VHS copy. I mean, it was so popular. I mean, is there anybody in the chat here who at least hasn't heard of the movie, let alone see it? I don't remember it. I watched it in 93. I wasn't into it. I wasn't a Robin Williams fan, and I wouldn't say it was my intuition telling me that this was weird. I just had zero interest in this kind of movie. That was just me. So it's not that I thought it was satanic and I didn't watch it because I thought it was satanic. The movie just didn't interest me. I was just never a Robin. Call me crazy. I didn't really watch any of Robin Williams' movies. Good Will Hunting is probably one of the only ones I've actually seen. So again, I can't speak to his entire filmography, although he happens to be in this other movie just 3 years later, known as The Birdcage. Anybody find that weird? Anybody find that weird? So Robin Williams, not just Robin Williams, you got Gene Hackman in this, you got a lot of A-listers in this. And again, did this simply further the normalization of cross-dressing? Yeah, I mean, and Robin Williams, his whole life and death, highly suspect. And he was front and center for a lot of Hollywood. You can't deny that. And here's where I think a lot of this is going to start to make sense. I think a certain percentage are almost unwitting MK Ultra participants. And that's why they're so conflicted. That's why they have mental health issues. That's why there's so much of this where it's not that they were evil and they were a part of it intentionally from the beginning by design. It's that they were hoodwinked and possibly MK Ultra programmed against their own will. So that's also another reason I never liked throwing everybody under the bus in Hollywood, because it might not be their fault. At a certain level, it might not be their fault. Yeah, almost every A-lister has cross-dressed, and we'll be getting into that. I mean, but these were kind of the first movies that were super, super big. And there was also the 95 movie To Wong Foo, Thanks for Everything, Julie Newmar. I don't even want to get into that, but that was Wesley Snipes, which was surprising. Patrick Swayze and John Leguizamo. And that one really tipped the balance. That was in 95. That was actually the year before this, but they were coming out at about the same time. Yeah, Tootsie was before Mrs. Doubtfire as well. I've never seen that. That was 82, actually, yeah. I mean, I don't know. That wasn't... Was that actually kind of... Was that marketed towards kids, though? I don't think it was. But Mrs. Doubtfire was. Doubtfire was 93, Tootsie was 82, which is early 80s. I mean, there were always movies like this, you know, here and there. But it seems like Doubtfire was the first mass-marketed, including towards children. And we'll be getting into the issues on why they're marketing this stuff towards children. It's really dark. I mean, it's really, really dark. And you even had incidents like this. Like, remember when the whole... I mean, this is so tough because this overlaps a lot, and I'm trying to be really specific here. Because you have Oscar de la Hoya here in this snap, as well as many other people who've been caught cross-dressing. I mean, it's kind of a... Wasn't it a joke? It was a joke in a lot of movies. Yeah, cross-dress on the weekends. I mean... I think Will Smith used that joke in multiple movies, actually. Cross-dressing on the weekends. It was like a specific joke. I don't know the origin of that joke. Yeah, Ving Rhames. I mean, everybody's kind of been forced to do it, so to speak. I mean, even Oscar de la Hoya in the club. So again... Let's not fall for false dichotomies. I think there are people. I mean, I don't know. Is Mike Tyson really in the club? I mean, I don't know. But I think there are certain people that reach the top levels that aren't in the club. Just my opinion. I think it's possible. I think it's very rare. But I think there are some people who are able to achieve fame and fortune without selling their souls. Not a lot, but I think some can. I don't know, I mean, Mike Tyson's just so honest. Lord Zed saying we'll find out about Mike. He's just so honest. I don't know. Yeah, so we're about to go deep into MindShock land. Who's ready? Who's ready here? I think most people are going to predict where I'm going next on the Whistleblowers. We're going to 2006 now for this interview and the beginning of the unraveling of the agenda. The beginning of the whistleblowers, where it can no longer be denied. Hello, Mr. 1-to-1 in the chat. You're in for a doozy. We just did a quick background on Freemasonry, and now we're getting into Hollywood. We are getting into the Hollywood satanic rituals. If YouTube will allow. Oscar De La Hoya is the one in the middle. Former boxing champ. Wow, 300 Trim said Kurt Russell did a quick cross-dressing tango and catch. Did he really? That's messed up. Alright, I'm trying to bring up this highly controversial interview. Oh, here we go.
I mean, I'm a conspiracy theorist to a degree. Like, when I connect dots that maybe shouldn't be connected, I don't know. But certain dots, like when I see that they put every black man in the movies in a dress at some point in their career, I'll be connecting them down like, wow, all these brothers gotta wear a dress.
I mean, I don't know why he's specifically only talking about black men, because obviously this happens to everybody, but, you know, whatever. He's going to focus on what he's going to focus on.
This happened to me. I'm doing a movie with Martin.
Yeah.
The movie's going good. So I walk in the trailer. I'm like, man, this must be the wrong trailer because there's a dress in here. They come in. It's the writer comes in. I think he's the writer. He's like, Dave, listen, we got this hilarious scene where Martin's sneaking out of jail. So he disguises you as a prostitute. And he put this dress on. And, what? This prostitute? Nah, I'm not doing that. I don't feel comfortable.
Cammy in the chat saying here, everyone says Dave Chappelle never wore a dress or sold out, but he sold out a long time ago and he's worn the dress twice. Do you have dates on that? So it is kind of suspicious that they would allow him to even get on Oprah and say all these things. Cammy, I'm with you on the suspicious nature of Chappelle being allowed to freely say this on Oprah and have his own special where, so he turned down supposedly 50 mil and then he came back for 100 mil. So in order for that all to be possible, you would think he would have had to sell out for it. You would think, unless he was cloned and the clone sold out and he never did. Who knows? Anybody have dates on Chappelle wearing a dress? I never followed Chappelle, so I don't know, but he's clearly blowing the whistle on it here.
With that, that should have been in the discussion. What? You don't feel comfortable with it? I mean, it's a hilarious bit. All the greats have done it. So, well, if all the greats have done it, it's kind of hacky, right? You're right. So why don't we just not do it? Because I don't feel comfortable wearing a dress. Oh, come on, Dave. Listen, we got it all set up. We were supposed to shoot. Every minute you waste costs this much money. You know, the pressure comes in. He said, I'm not wearing no dress, man. I'm funnier than a dress. Just give me something funny to say. I don't need to wear no dress to be funny. What am I, Milton Berle? You know, we're going like this. And then finally he's like, and he leaves. And then, like, the director comes, Dave, it really would be great if you wear the dress. What is wrong? What is this, Brokeback Mountain in here?
So what's going on here? Was Chappelle, if Chappelle didn't sell out, did Oprah not know what he was going to say here? Because there are certain micro expressions from Oprah where it looks like she's actually angry at him, because obviously she's in the club. In the chat here, people are saying Dave wore a dress in Robin Hood Men in Tights, and then he also wore it in a radio interview in the 1990s. Interesting. That's weird. So do you think if he was also MK'd Ultra, did he not remember that? Because it seems like he's being honest here. Or are you saying he's flat out lying? Or does he have these split alters? Or is it a clone that wasn't aware of that? I mean, I don't know. This is weird. Yeah, I found the clip. Dave Chappelle did indeed wear a dress in Men in Tights 1993. I'm going to put it on the screen right now, which is strange, I have to say, because he seemed genuine here. Does everybody have any theories on why? This is kind of weird. This is kind of weird. And supposedly he also wore a dress in a radio interview. I can't find that. Oh, maybe, let's see. Oh, wow. This looks weird. Apparently, yeah, I did find it. This is kind of weird. I'll put it all on the screen in a second as well. The astute MINDSHOCK listeners here. He seems so genuine here in his testimony on what's going on in Hollywood. Not just the dress, but like his, you know, he put on these huge earrings and makeup. I mean, this looks weird. This is very, very weird. But Oprah does look shocked unless she's acting here. So this is 2006. This is very weird. I mean, it's very weird. Oh, supposedly this was Howard Stern's show. Wow, Stern. What a scumbag Stern is. Cammy says Dave's mother worked in some branch of the government, so yeah, I'm sure he's an MK Ultra asset. So was this the personality fracture here? And he memory holds some of this? And yeah, I mean, this is pretty weird. This is very, very weird. But he's still blowing the whistle nonetheless. So was he not supposed to blow the whistle? So is he committing Freemasonry sin here in blowing the whistle? Howard Stern has always been a degenerate. I'm going to do a podcast on Stern. I mean, some of his comments are so crazy. They've wiped a lot of these episodes. But lucky for you guys, MINDSHOCKers, I happen to have copies of a lot of Stern's old radio shows, not because I watched them, but because people posted them years and years ago, and they were so insane and degenerate. I mean, he's asking 18, 19, 20-year-old girls, like, just the most insane questions, not to mention, I wouldn't say forcing them, encourage them to declothe in front of a studio full of mostly men. It's just really weird while it's being recorded. I mean, it's just crazy. I mean, Stern has to be one of the scummiest humans in existence. I mean, he has to be. It's just, wow. I don't think so people are saying he sold out. Didn't he sell out before he ever had his first show? I mean, okay, for the purpose of that podcast, I will dive into his first shows to see how those were. But he was admittedly a shock jock. And no, this is not called MINDSHOCK because of shock jocks. This is just about shocking the mind. But yeah, it's just Stern. I think Stern might have been a sellout and an asset from the very beginning. Unless, of course, he was maybe some kind of legit journalist or something at the very beginning. I'm not that familiar with his youth. Like his teen years. I'm not quite familiar, but we'll get into that. Let's continue this here.
Wear the dress. I don't want to wear the dress. I want to wear this dress. You know what I mean? This is, oh, gosh, this guy's so difficult. They leave. Now the producers come on, David would be so great. I mean, and then I started thinking about it. All the comics that I've seen, man, you know, strong brothers, why they be putting us in these dresses? But the minute it was clear, I was adamant, I'm not wearing a dress. I'm not wearing the dress. All right, fine. Think of something else. Guy comes back 10 minutes later, the whole new scene. Hot damn, how did you write the scene so fast? You know, it's like, so you gotta take a stand.
Okay, so that was Chappelle. That was one of the first mainstream references to dress wearing. Now, what were the implications that you can't get ahead? So here, I'm going to get into the next part here. I think, because who cares if some feminine goof wears a dress, right? Nobody cares. Is the whole shtick of selling your soul getting a tough guy like The Rock to wear a dress, to wear a tutu, to act in this humiliating fashion? This tough guy, is that what the humiliation ritual about? It's not just about the ritual itself. It's about who is involved in the ritual. Because if you take a guy, like, I went over this on the 80s and 90s action movie decline, where you got a guy like Tom Holland, like Spider-Man, whatever. You have him in this feminine movie wearing makeup and eyeliner and all that, and possibly involved in some kind of homo scenes. To Tom Holland, that's not the same level of humiliation as putting The Rock in a tutu, right? Like, what's the level of humiliation to the person you're doing it to? And we're going to get into this with the female actresses in a moment. But with the guys, again, so with The Rock is curious, because The Rock was this #1 pro wrestler. Now, I was never a fan of The Rock. I was a pro wrestling fan. I was more into the classier guys, like Bret the Hitman Hart. I mean, that's a professional wrestler. He keeps it classy. The Rock and Stone Cold, these trash-talking guys, although, has Stone Cold ever wore a dress? Because that would be hilarious. Stone Cold Steve Austin doesn't seem to be the type of guy that you can get to wear a dress. But maybe I'm wrong. Let me double check. I know Stone Cold's done a lot of movies, too. Yeah, I don't see Stone Cold ever wearing a dress. Stone Cold Steve Austin. But is that why he never blew up in A-list Hollywood movies? Is that why Stone Cold never got to the top of the top in Hollywood? Because he wouldn't wear a dress. 3,000 Trin in here. Bret Hart was my guy. Yeah, Bret the Hitman Hart. Lord Zed said Jeff Hardy. Yeah, the Hardy Boys were awesome. The Hardy Boys were pretty awesome, too. Boys. And the Dudley Boys, too. I was a big fan of the Dudleys. Putting people through tables. Okay. So you have The Rock here. So The Rock is interesting, because we're going to get into John Cena next, but let's finish with The Rock. So The Rock came out strong with The Rundown, where Arnold Schwarzenegger literally passed him the torch. Yeah, but Schwarzenegger did Junior where he was pregnant, though. Let's not forget that. Actually, he did wear a dress in Junior. I'm going to put it on this. I forgot. I totally forgot about the movie. I know he was pregnant. Apparently, he was also pretending to be a woman. And obviously, Arnold, the top of the top in Hollywood, and also becoming the governor. Dave Scott, are you saying Bret Hart wasn't a classy pro wrestler? He wasn't some beer guzzler cursing everybody out, was he? Bret Hart was classy. Mary Shia, did you just get in here? Because Chappelle wore a dress in Robin Hood Men in Tights and apparently in a Stern radio interview. We just had the images up a few minutes ago. So Arnold did wear a dress. Now, Arnold is passing the torch to The Rock in The Rundown, movie. So why does The Rock, so after The Rundown, which is a big budget, I mean, that's also with Walken, the Antichrist, according to Mel Gibson, and then he has Walking Tall, he has all these big movies, so why he never really transcended into the top of Hollywood until he did the Tooth Fairy wearing this dress here. After that, he's all the way to the top, is he not? So now let's go to John Cena, which is quite interesting. So John Cena's story is very, very interesting. Because he had 2 Hollywood runs. He had 2 movie runs. His first run, which he refers to as failing hard. Failing hard. Yeah, Cammie said Dennis Rodman wore a dress multiple times. Here's the thing, though. With Rodman, I would totally believe Dennis Rodman cross-dressing was not a Illuminati humiliation ritual. I would totally believe that. Dennis Rodman is completely out of his mind, and I'm a big fan of him, both as a basketball player and as a movie star, even though he didn't do that many movies. Double Team with Jean-Claude Van Damme. Awesome film. But Dennis Rodman is so insane. I would totally believe that he cross-dresses because he feels like it and not part of Illuminati humiliation rituals. Because again, it seems like he had already, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it is. But if you had to pick a guy that might have, and a diplomat to North Korea. If you had to pick a guy that did it without Illuminati humiliation ritual influence, I would pick Rodman. He might have done it on his own. So here we have John Cena. Now, some people might think his entire run-up through the WWE was a humiliation ritual in and of itself. Because, I mean, John Cena basically just took the wigger character. So he's this pro wrestler wigger who's like the king of wiggers. And he turned this into an entire career in the WWE. I mean, I guess it was original. Did we not have any wigger pro wrestlers before John Cena? I don't know. It's just, John Cena is so cringe. I mean, it's kind of crazy. I would say this was also where the WWE was broken beyond repair, was the John Cena era. So he goes from wigger pro wrestler, making tons of money as the #1 WWE star. Now he wants to break into Hollywood. So his first run here in Hollywood is with these films. So there's nothing, I have seen all 3 of these movies. I don't see anything in any of them that can be construed as Illuminati humiliation ritual. I thought the Marine was kind of fun. I mean, someone who's a wigger pro wrestler, his performance in the Marine is actually pretty good. There's no wigger antics or anything. And same thing with 12 Rounds, and same thing with Legendary. Legendary is actually like an uplifting, I don't know if it was officially a Disney film or not, or if it was distributed by Disney, whatever. Legendary was like a solid, inspirational movie. Yeah, hold on, Cammie. We're going to get into what happened later with Cena. So this is Cena's first run. This is his first run. He has a couple of these movies. He did another movie called The Reunion, and that seems to be right in between his first run and his second run at Hollywood. Because after that, he's in those Will Ferrell movies, Daddy's Home and all that nonsense. I mean, those are just crap, obviously. He broke through to Hollywood through those movies. But in his first run here, these are, I don't know if I'd call The Marine and 12 Rounds wholesome, but again, I don't see anything in here that's Illuminati humiliation ritual. I just don't see it. Certainly not in Legendary. So now he moves on. As soon as it appears he's willing to cross-dress, Like, he's doing comedy bits. He's doing even cross-dressing on random social media content. And then, of course, the Stanicky movie or whatever. I don't watch that. I can't. I mean, I basically watch none of the modern Hollywood garbage. But all of a sudden, you take a guy who supposedly failed in his first run. Now, all of a sudden, he's willing to cross-dress and humiliate himself. Now he's top of the top in Hollywood. Top of the top in Hollywood. Now let's hear his own words about what happened here and see if we can make sense of this. We have WWE wigger to low-level actor to cross-dresser top of the top Hollywood. Please be patient with YouTube. It's like glitching hard on this stream. It's like not letting me put stuff up on the stream again, similar to the Occult NASA podcast. But as long as we're not shut down, it doesn't appear it's going to shut it down at this moment anyway, so hopefully it'll play through here. But I have an interview with John Cena here talking about his first and second run in Hollywood, and there might be some clues here, so pay attention very closely to what he says. He seems to be revealing something through Freudian slips or otherwise on what exactly happened. From his own mouth here. So this is the Fast X interview where he's talking about his first Hollywood run. Yeah, YouTube's doing serious throttling on this channel. I thought it wasn't related because it doesn't seem to do this on any of the other podcasts, like the non-controversial ones. There doesn't appear to be throttling. But this stream here and the Occult NASA stream were not good. But let's see what we can do here. It looks like it's going to...
You said, back, right, maybe 2009 period, you were like, okay, I'm just not doing movies again. You just did, in your mind, you didn't think it worked out. And it was maybe obviously it was part of the WWE kind of model. So like, does that give you some extra, like, kind of gratitude, knowing where you are now, looking back to where you were in 2009?
Let's just throw this out. I've been given a second chance at the movies. Who the hell gets a first chance? Like, what's going on?
Mr. One-to-One, the wigger definition is the same in the UK and the US. It is definitely a ghetto rapper type character, but it's a white guy. Like, his WWE character was a wigger. I mean, and they were sort of popular in the late 90s, early 2000s. Like, John Cena's rise was kind of mirroring the popularity of wiggers in suburbia of America. But yeah, listen to what he says here because he's going to reveal something.
And like I said, I'll have a lot more failures than successes. So when I began to pursue roles, and
I mean, even his posture here, look how docile and submissive he is. Even the way he's talking, like, there's no confidence here. This is a big jacked guy. And it's almost like he's a beaten dog here, beaten into submission. Now, pay attention to his words.
the initial roles that I found more riveting were comedy roles that I could spoof myself.
Almost like he's convincing himself or trying to talk himself into thinking that this is not humiliating.
And show another side of myself that I haven't been able to show in WWE.
So it's like he's framing it here as if this was his choice. As if this was his choice.
So then I began to look at like, well, why am I doing this? Why am I drawn to this? Why do I now have passion for this as well as WWE? I love to tell stories. I don't want to go into the octagon. I want to go into the ring because I love telling stories through action. And I love those narratives. It is like a mini fast movie.
I mean, look at his expression and his face. It's like he's mentally completely gone. Because I remember Cena back in the WWE. Like I said, I didn't really watch him. I didn't like him. I think he was responsible largely for the decline of the WWE. But look into his eyes here. Everything from his eyes to his posture. It's like he's mentally gone here. I mean, look at the energy on the left. So when he's in, he's full on Wigger John Cena, like he's got electricity, like he's pumped. He's not taking any crap from anybody. And then now, look on the right, now he's wearing dresses and he's like mentally been programmed somehow.
We use what we, to our disposal, we use the greatest tools we can to make the most mythical come to life. And that's what I enjoy. And once I found out I could.
And again, just look at his posture here. This was one of the first things that jumped out to me. Like, it's such a submissive, beaten dog type posture. And the mental scrambling to try to frame things of a certain way on why he so-called failed in his first run compared to his now he's in the biggest of the biggest Hollywood movies.
Be comfortable in different characters and be more vulnerable and take more chances. I really have now a passion for making film and making content and making TV.
So it's like to be more vulnerable, aka humiliate yourself. Like, it's kind of weird, right? Because it's not like he's taking deep, dramatic roles where he means vulnerable emotionally. Clearly, that's not what he means. He's not doing deep, dramatic movies. It seems like he's clearly trying to tiptoe around the subject here.
It really, I just did it for the wrong reasons.
I mean, does anybody believe that, Cope? He did it for the wrong reasons. So he's making the Marine 12 rounds and Invincible, this uplifting story about wrestling, inspiring kids and adults alike. This wholesome story with Danny Glover as well. That was for the wrong reasons. Now he's in dresses for the right reasons. Is anybody following here? Yes, Dave Scott. It's like he's really dancing around it, being careful not to say something he shouldn't, but it slips out anyway. Why is he talking about being vulnerable? Again, that's not emotional drama here. We're talking about wardrobe choices. And now it's almost like he's trying to convince himself that he did it for the wrong reasons. Like, the Marine in 12 rounds, I mean, they're not great movies, but they're decent actioneers. And the wrestling movie was actually kind of good. I liked it. Like, keep in mind, I am not a John Cena fan, but that movie was decent. It was decent. Mr. One-to-One said if he said it, he'd done it for the money. I'd respect that. Here's the thing, though. Wasn't he already one of the top-paid wrestlers ever? I mean, he doesn't need to make movies. He doesn't need to do anything. He could have retired a long time ago.
And I did it for what I felt was the right reasons, and now physically I'm a little different. Mentally, I'm certainly a lot more wise. I have a different perspective on everything.
Mentally, he has a different perspective on it. See, here's the thing. Yeah, Joyce B said 0 macho energy, 0, the opposite of his wrestling career. Correct. So this jacked guy with all these muscles, this athlete who's just beating people up, like, love him or hate him, regardless of the Wigger persona, he had energy. You can't deny that. Can't deny that. Now it's like he's docile like a beat dog. Even everything from his posture to the manner in which he is speaking. And he's different mentally now, physically and mentally. I don't know what the physically refers to, whatever kind of rituals they went through, but mentally he's very different now. Very interesting.
And I do love the nuance of film.
I mean, is anybody else picking up on this level of Cope? He's framing it as the nuance of film. Because keep in mind, the context here, what was different about your first run in 2009 and now your current career in Hollywood? That was the question. That was the question.
And I respect the nuance of film. I understand why it takes so long to hang that light.
So he didn't understand how long it took to hang a light in working on the Marine, 12 rounds, which had a lot of action set pieces, no doubt, sitting around while the lights had to be set up. I mean, he did these movies. Clearly he knew about this. So just the amount of cope here. I mean, is there anybody who's not picking up on the amount of cope for selling his soul? And he let it slip with the vulnerability, with being physically and mentally different. And now it's like he's trying to grasp at anything to explain away the nuance. I mean, this is crazy.
And I respect it because it's supposed to look a certain way.
I respect it because it's supposed to look a certain way. I mean, this is weird. And look at these two zombies, no offense. But look at these two zombies he's talking to. I mean, does anybody see anything behind their eyes? It's like there's nothing there. I have no idea who these people are that he's doing the interview with. But I mean, it's just a sad interview across the board.
And when you watch it on screen, it does feel a certain way. And I've been a part of a lot of bad movies. So like when you try to rush the process, well, you get what you get.
So did he explain away his first run as rushing the process? I mean, no doubt they probably weren't the longest shoots ever, but again, they were still solid movies. They weren't really worse than other movies coming around at the time.
So once again, I think through failure, I found out who I am and what I'm passionate about. And it's amazing you say that because I remember that conversation vividly that I had with the one person who is kind of my one-man team. And I remember being like, yo, we're never doing movies again, are we? And he was like, you're right.
What? So it's like he left out most of the story. So he got the Marine, 12 rounds, wait, did I just forget the name? What was the other movie? Did I get the name wrong? Legendary, not Invincible. Invincible was the Mark Wahlberg movie. Yeah, Legendary, the wrestling movie with Danny Glover. And so Legendary was good. And now all of a sudden, like, what was the problem? That he wasn't getting these very top roles in the top of the top Hollywood? And he says, you're not making another movie again? What changed in the interim?
And here we are, you know.
Here we are. That's what changed. It's like he's trying so hard not to say certain things.
No, it's on an overnight sensation that's taken us 20 years.
I mean, this is just such a weird interview. Everything from the posture, the energy, how careful it is. He's talking about nuance. Like, what nuance is there on the Marine or 12? Like, what nuance? I mean, it's just so weird. It's so weird. So let's get to Kevin Hart now, because Kevin Hart is another one that kind of is breaking the veil. Like Chappelle and Kevin Hart both kind of brought this dress wearing in the public eye. So let's examine the entire Kevin Hart saga with breaking through Hollywood by wearing the dress. So he reaches a certain level, and then in order to get to the top of the top, that doesn't happen until after he wears a dress. Kind of weird, right? Kind of weird. I mean, maybe it's all coincidental. Maybe it really is all coincidental. Maybe everything's coincidental. I don't know. If YouTube allows this, I mean, I'm trying to play this clip. YouTube is not liking this stream for some reason. Yeah, a lot of people think Kevin Hart is weird. Well, also, in terms of Illuminati rituals, if Nick Cage never pissed even if he's part of the club, if he never pissed anybody off, perhaps he wouldn't have to wear a dress, depending on the nature of the usage of this particular Illuminati humiliation ritual. A lot of people think Kevin Hart is weird because a lot of people think Kevin Hart isn't really even that funny, so they're surprised why he's top of the top in Hollywood. Brad Pitt wore a dress on several different occasions, possibly even a Rolling Stone cover. Not sure about in a movie though. Alright, let's see if YouTube's gonna allow this clip. Highly controversial stuff coming up. Well, the purple dress on the right is certainly not a kilt. Also, a kilt to an Irishman might not be humiliating, but wearing a kilt by a non-Irishman for the purpose of humiliating him could classify it as a ritual. If YouTube allows me to play this, very glitchy tonight.
Dave Chappelle, another great comedian, said that, you know, in the industry, they tried to make him wear a dress. Have you ever ran into that with scripts? And is that something that, you know, you wouldn't do, you know, for
I definitely haven't ran into to put on the dress. I mean, you know, you have to have boundaries. You have to have limits that you refuse to cross. You know, for me, I know what they are. They've yet to been challenged, so, you know, I don't have to speak on them. I was asked to dribble a basketball on the talk show this morning.
You look
said
good
no to
doing
that. Not that was a dress, but I was like, no, I'm gonna look stupid. You know, at the end of the day, you got to know that you're a brand. I'm a brand. You need to protect your brand at all times. When things happen that can possibly affect your brand, your brand can be diminished, and you don't want that to happen. So, you know, protecting my brand is definitely a priority.
And here come the Cardinals. And from the looks of it, the new pope is not Turkson. The new pope is 9-year-old Oscar nominee, Kavashane Wallace.
You know what's weird about all this? The role of Saturday Night Live. I mean, Saturday Night Live in and of itself seems to be very steeped in Illuminati occult symbolism. We'll be coming back to it numerous times. I mean, what do you think Kevin Hart is thinking here? Do you think he's thinking back on the interview where he said he would never wear a dress? What do you think is going on in the mind of Kevin Hart right here? Because it's not just about wearing the dress, though. It's about what is he being asked to do and how. Because, I mean, look at his expression here. I mean, this is crazy. He's being asked to portray a 9-year-old girl. This is weird.
Anyone saw this one coming.
Kavanjane Wallace, of course, the first African American, the first female, and first child pope.
And what is the new pope doing?
And it's kind of, so what is this bit here? So not only is this guy wearing a dress, not only is he acting like a 9-year-old girl, but supposedly he's the new pope. So like poking fun at religion as well. I mean, just this kind of mockery, this kind of satanic mockery.
Pope Kavanjane is lifting her arms into her signature muscle man pose.
Truly adorable, and everyone...
Is anyone else unsettled by watching this? Like, it just seems weird. First of all, what's funny here? I don't know what's funny here, but it's almost like very disturbing. It's almost like watching somebody have a mental health episode. It just seems very disturbing. Is anybody else disturbed by watching this?
Loves it.
Well, except for presumed frontrunner Cardinal Turkson, who does not look happy. But it looks like Pope Kavanjane is doing the Dougie, and Turkson is loving it.
Well, I think I speak for all of us when I say, go Popey, go Popey, go.
And it appears as if Pope Kavanjane is about to speak.
Key homonym.
This, of course, translates from the Latin to who demand,
Ego sum homonym.
which means I'm demand.
So he's dancing in a dress saying, I demand. I mean, like, this is so weird. I don't know. I mean, this is just very, very strange. Disturbing and strange.
And the arms are back up for another victory lap. A real grand slam.
He said, Kevin, you out here in Hollywood doing God knows what. Sex, drugs, money. Lord knows what you're into. Need to get a relationship with God. I said, don't talk to me about God. I'm fine, okay?
Don't talk to me about God, I'm fine. So was this just like a very, did he just reveal what he's doing in Hollywood? I mean, this is really crazy. I mean, I don't know. Some people think he's pretty fruity, either by his own volition or because he's forced to do so in various Illuminati humiliation ritual. Part of the club? Is he part of the club? And we will go into next Cat Williams, of course. Cat Williams has said some mind-blowing things at the beginning of this year in January, and I think some people might have missed a couple of them. So we'll be getting into it. Yeah, there's something unnatural about his energy. Again, I have no idea. There is something weird about him. Like, if he was genuinely MK Ultra'd, I mean, I don't know. Is it just me or there's something weird about him? I actually thought he was decent in that one movie with the guy from Breaking Bad. Forgot his name. I thought that movie was decent, but everything else was just kind of weird. Yeah, I don't know. Kind of weird. Man, this stream's really cutting out a lot today. Is everybody still with us? We just had a huge drop again. Lisa in the chat says, we are all being MK Ultra, being exposed to this stuff just at a different level and pace. Is everybody back? We just had a huge drop. Maybe I should have, the poll shouldn't have been whether or not YouTube would shut down. Yeah, I just got cut out, brought back again. Not whether YouTube would suspend the stream, but whether if it would just play games and drop the signal all the time. Because this isn't, on some of the true crime streams that are even hours and hours long, this never happens. Okay, it seems like everybody's back. Some people weren't cut out. I don't know. Okay, that's weird. Because we just lost like 20 people in the chat. We just lost like 20 viewers. But let's continue.
So if you and a man was in a corner doing something you wasn't supposed to be doing...
You will tell it?
No, somebody come to tell me.
Okay.
I gather that, I value that, I'll pay for that. Come, tell me. I know so many things I shouldn't know, and they all know it.
Damn. Is anybody surprised Cat Williams is just dropping this many truth bombs here? This is crazy. And for whatever reason, he's doing it January 3rd, 2024. Whoever missed it at the beginning, he opened up. It doesn't matter if you Diddy or whoever. That's how he opened it up.
They all know it. Why? Because you don't make me the villain. Not the guy that raises black children and ain't never done a hard drug in his life and don't have no stories of doing nobody dirty. And they'll just go out and they'll lie. The industry doesn't mess with Cat because he didn't show up for the studio. No studios have ever said that. Look at my IMDb. It will show you that no studio has ever lost money with me on the script. How? That's why I'm saying, that's why I can't let Ricky Smiley say he was supposed to play Money Mike, because I wrote the words for Money Mike. I designed the hair for Money Mike. I collaborated with the wardrobe department and made outfits to make sure that no one in America would be wearing what Money Mike was wearing.
Yeah, I mean, look at the clear difference between the way Cat Williams is speaking and John Cena. I mean, just the level of difference here. It's as if he truly knows that nobody has any dirt on him because he never sold his soul. I'm not saying that's the truth. I don't know Cat Williams personally. I haven't followed him throughout his career. But his intonation and manner of speaking, I mean, it really is something crazy here. We don't usually see this level of confidence here. Again, like I said, it's either as if he believes he has the armor of God or he actually does.
I told him to go get the Prowler. I then told him to paint it purple. I told him don't have an actor playing a pimp. We could get an actual pimp, Archbishop Magic Don Juan, to play. Like, I did far too much work for somebody to come years later and try to tag along just for their own self-aggrandizement.
Why didn't Cube set the record straight? Terry Crews could have set the record straight. Mike Epps could have set the record straight. Why none of them set the record straight?
That's what you were supposed to ask him when he told you those lies that
but
no
I didn't
one's
know it
ever
was a
heard.
lie.
Right, but he's telling you something no one's ever heard of. Nobody has ever heard, oh, Ben Affleck and Matt Damon was in a movie, and somebody said, y'all should switch roles. Like, this is a business.
But that's the thing, Cat. Normally, when people are giving you information, I'm thinking I'm hearing it for the first time, and they're giving information no one else knows.
You know what's weird, though? Cammy says here, Cat Williams ain't saying nothing new. A lot of what he said here in the Joe Rogan interview came off as mind-blowing to too many. The dude is playing a character on the real world stage. Here's the thing, maybe. But the way this interview, the way the dialogue is playing out here, it doesn't appear to be manufactured like in 99.9% of all other media. So if that is all part of the grand 4D chess game where they intentionally wanted to make this seem real, because, yeah, I mean, it's strange because there seems to be real, genuine energy here by both of them in this conversation. Whereas in many other, including Joe Rogan, I don't know, Joe Rogan might definitely be a show. But in many other media interviews and all of these things, it just seems so fake. Like, look at the John Cena interview we just watched. And then you look at this one. There's a clear difference.
I've ever heard. So I'm taking them at face value.
These are like, this is like Steve Harvey telling people he used to be homeless. That's my story. That's not his story. Steve Harvey wasn't never homeless. When Mark Curry was touring with him 25 years ago, he was making $3,000 a show in cash.
Well, here's the thing. If Cat Williams went on Oprah and did this, that would be a little different. Like, I've never even actually heard of this particular show before. But I don't know.
And doing 5 shows a week. They just tell the stories. Thanks to my wife, I'm where I am. You said that about the first wife. You forget that? You told us it was her. Then you went and married somebody else that think like a man. Like, what are you talking about? They think they can rewrite history. Guy Torrey did a beautiful special about the Comedy Store and Fat Tuesday, where he said that Steve and Cedric and Kevin Hart and Tiffany Haddish came through there and made... All lies. Steve and Cedric never performed at the Comedy Store at all. Tiffany was only seen at the Laugh Factory. In 15 years in Hollywood, no one in Hollywood has a memory of going to a sold-out Kevin Hart show, there being a line for him ever getting a standing ovation at any comedy club. He already had his deals when he got here. Have we heard of a comedian that came to L.A. and in his first year in L.A. he had his own sitcom on network television and had his own movie called Soul Plane that he was leading? No, we've never heard of that before that person or since that person.
You know what else is kind of interesting? Is it possible, if this is Freemasonry Illuminati related, Kevin Hart came in at a low level with these deals, and then they hit him with a certain ceiling. And as he went up through the degrees, he had to increase whatever rituals, one of them being the Illuminati humiliation ritual of wearing a dress, and then he broke through that previous level into the next level.
What do you think a plant is? Maybe people don't understand the definitions of these words. He just did his documentary with Chris Rock where he shows you that his whole upbringing in comedy was on the East Coast.
Yeah, it was.
So how simultaneously was he here in Los Angeles doing the same thing? It didn't happen. It didn't happen. And I hate to seem like a petty individual for picking apart lies, but Jussie Smollett gonna keep lying until you say we don't believe you. Like, it's important in the checks and balances of the universe that liars not get to make complete narratives for themselves.
Are you not afraid about being blackballed again? These are some power people.
What do you mean again? These people are not powerful. Satan can't create anything. That includes blessings for his people. That's why, you know what the #1 job of somebody that sold their soul in Hollywood is?
What?
Is to act like it didn't happen.
Wow. I mean, that's kind of crazy. Dave Scott saying, is this a form of revelation of method? It might be. It might be of just... The thing that strikes me, with all these other shills, like, they just don't come off as genuine. He's speaking, it comes off so genuine. I mean, maybe it's just because, maybe that's why they picked him. If he is a shill himself, they picked him because of his ability here. But he is head and shoulders above genuine conviction than all these other shills.
They all do the same job. Why do you think Gary Owen can't cross over and he already white and been in comedy for 25 years? If what I say ain't the case. It's a cabal. It's a consortium.
It's a cabal. How many people call it a cabal other than, like, really hardcore conspiracy theorists? The one thing that I'm kind of thinking here is 2024, there's a significance here in why, because I know little bits and pieces of this have been said for a long time. I don't recall anybody putting all of this in a single interview like Cat Williams is doing here. I don't recall that. If people know, then they know. I know tons of people have been dropping tidbits for decades. I don't know if I've ever heard anybody just do it all like Cat Williams just did in a concise couple of minutes. The court of public opinion said they've been making men wear dresses since Flip Wilson and Geraldine. That was the 70s. Yeah, we talked about that. But specifically marketing towards children on a mainstream wide level, I would pick Mrs. Doubtfire in 93 for that, where there was a shift where it went super mainstream. But yes, obviously, Lord Zed here, Shakespeare plays, dudes were women. This stuff has been going on for a long time, sure. I'm kind of focusing on just the past few decades and the difference in humiliation rituals. We're going to get into the women next because it was a little bit alarming. The poll that I did in the community tab, if you don't participate in the MindShock community tab, make sure you check that out. We do a lot of polls and I ask people a lot of questions. I did a poll on who are humiliated more by Illuminati humiliation rituals. 68% men, 22% women, too triggered to answer, 9%. Kill the Bank posted here was surprised to see that at the time he responded it was 100% men. It was a tough decision for me because women have to show themselves completely nude a lot of the time. I would have to think that is pretty humiliating, but I chose men because having to wear women's clothing, with some even having to kiss other men and act inappropriate, just seems so degrading to me. In the end, I feel like it was a toss-up. Johnny Oggs posted publicly men, privately women. And I would say it's all been publicly done, and we're going to get into why in a moment here. And it's actually, I'm kind of shocked nobody's talking about it. Because like I mentioned at the beginning, it's like the feminists pick issues which are kind of non-issues to be outraged over, and then the real issues where women really are degraded and humiliated, they completely ignore or pretend it's empowerment. And we're going to get into that in a moment.
They rock with who they rock with, and they don't with who they don't. But I'm not scared of being the competition any more than you were when you lined up across from a superior team. Yeah, on paper, they're a better team.
Right.
They have all the assets and resources, and we don't. But let us get on the line, boy, and see if that factors in. I guarantee you it won't.
Wow.
Because Shannon Sharp got to be a different person than that other person.
Absolutely.
And he always was. That doesn't change when I change teams. That remains the same. That's how a legacy is built. So all of these shortcut takers, they canceled me for talking about Harvey Weinstein before the thing came out.
Shortcut takers. What did he just reveal there with shortcut takers? I mean, the amount of truth here is just absolutely insane. I mean, just absolutely insane. Cammy, I went over Bill Cooper in a podcast. Pretty deep dive into Bill Cooper. I also have an extensive summary of his book on in the literature playlist on MindShock.
But he offered to suck my penis in front of all my people at my agency. What am I supposed to do? He did all of that. I'm thinking I'm the only black person on the script. I get there, it's 3 other black guys on there. Woo! Huh.
So you wonder what they did to get there.
The court of public opinion says, Bruce, did you know of Cat when they were trying to make him look crazy a couple years ago? Not extensively. Not extensively. I did not follow him. I thought it was weird, but I didn't really do a deep dive. I mean, it's almost like he's testifying here. The way he's speaking here, I mean, it's also different. The Joe Rogan interview was not quite like this. It was a little bit like it. It's almost like he's testifying here. It's just crazy, and he seems very genuine.
I told him no. What y'all do?
I mean, just even the way he's saying this. So he refused Weinstein's advancements, and then he goes to all these other people, and he said no. And he's wondering how many other people said no to Weinstein. And we're going to get into Weinstein in a moment as well.
And this is why when I walk in a room, heads go down. Behind my back, I'm nothing. I'm just a regular old comedian that's bitter and jealous. But in my face, no, no, no. The king has walked in and they have to respect it only because I've not taken the shortcuts. I've not been funded. They pay you to not talk about things they don't want you to talk about.
And something as simple as that, like, does that not resonate? They pay you to not talk about things they don't want talked about. I mean, this is crazy. I mean, the fact, I know this went semi-viral, but the fact that it didn't go even more viral, I mean, this is just insane. This is just absolutely insane. And his testimony, again, let's compare the way Cat Williams is speaking here and the way John Cena was speaking in the interview that we just went over. I mean, this is just night and day. Rebecca said here, Cat is untouchable, I would guess, because he has not put himself in any compromising situations nor accepted any favors, apparently. So this is twofold. As someone mentioned in the chat earlier, they think Cat's a shill, and his role here is to speak the truth as part of revelation of the method, which is why he was chosen. Otherwise, maybe they would have killed him off, right? Why would they have trouble killing people? It seems like a lot of people have strange deaths, and especially celebrities. But yeah, he might not have sold out, and I don't know. It's tough. It's tough.
They tell you that themselves. I can't do that because Steve told you that he stopped doing stand-up because he had 7 TV shows. The only problem is when he stopped stand-up, he didn't have those 7 TV shows. He stopped stand-up because he got in a comedy battle called the Championship of Stand-Up Comedy with one Cat Williams in Detroit in front of 10,000 people.
This guy's hilarious in the way that he's just destroying the narratives. Like, the matter-of-fact fashion in which he's testifying here. I mean, this is great. This is absolutely great.
And lost because Cat Williams said he was actually bald and that was a wig. And I went in and that's why he couldn't do stand-up anymore.
If he's lying, see, here's the thing. If he's lying, he must be one of the most talented liars. The way he just rolled all of that with conviction on the fly. I mean, okay, maybe he is a shill, but to me, he seems the least shill-like out of probably anybody I have ever seen. I can't think of anyone who seems less shill-like. I mean, even hardcore conspiracy theorists sound like more like shills than this guy. I mean, this guy has genuine written all over him. I mean, it's really impressive, actually, I have to say. His delivery and the way that he's able to roll all of this on the fly. I mean, it's crazy.
Imagine him coming to tell you another story where he got so big and it was Bernie and them's fault because they wanted to be movie stars. What? You called Ocean 11 to get that nigga's part. What do you mean you didn't want to be a movie star? So on the behalf of Bernie.
This guy's like a fact-checking machine. I mean, he's crazy. I think that's just you, Dave Scott. I'm showing no drop in stream on my end. I think everybody else is still here. That might just be your connection, Dave Scott.
I would have to say what I have to say.
Have you ever been on tour with any of these guys?
Every guy I mentioned to you is not funny out there in real life.
I mean, just the unapologetic nature. I mean, look at this guy's face. He makes no apologies. I mean, this is just, what a breath of fresh air in general media. I mean, he makes absolutely no apology. It seems like he's just calling it how it is, making absolutely no apologies for it.
So no. Faison's never done his own tour in 30 years. Steve Harvey don't do stand-up no more. Cedric doesn't write. I'm sorry, he doesn't write. Ricky Smiley has been playing the same old black woman forever. Like, you can't get a young fan base with that. Like, you gotta be doing karaoke around the country to make that work.
Right.
And he is.
And that's another thing, too. Just looking at, like, there's no Freudian slips. There are no micro-expression tells. Because even if someone's a shill, I mean, they'd have to be an extremely well-trained shill. Because even Alex Jones has tells and micro-expression. That doesn't mean he's lying, per se, obviously. But that does mean there's something else going on. With Cat Williams here, I'm not seeing any signs of deception. There's literally nothing here. This guy, I mean, it's crazy. Yeah, Dr. Corbeau here, you can still be a shill by telling the truth. Yeah, we just went over that. If he is a shill and his role here was simply to tell the truth, then maybe. But I don't know. Again, he seems the less shill-like out of anybody I can even remember. He seems the less shill-like.
But I'm a stand-up comedian. This is my 19th 100-city tour. I'm not gonna have a conversation with these lazy bums that'll take a shortcut at any point. Yes, it's easier for you to juice than to get in the gym, but you don't get to bring that body in here talking crazy.
Talk about how good you look.
What? No, there's too many comics out there that are putting their life on the line to tell these jokes, man.
Okay. Let's get to your upbringing. We're going to circle back and we'll get some...
I want to protect it real quick, because you had said for the Kings of Comedy, it was in 2018, 2019, but did you mean 1999? Because it came out in 2000, so I just want to make sure.
No. So what I meant to say was, remember, he said I couldn't do stand-up anymore. I had 7 TV shows. I said he didn't have any of those TV shows at the time.
I know you talking about Cedric.
Joke stealing from Cedric.
Cedric.
Okay,
so you had said that 2018, 2019, but it came out in 2000, so I just want to make sure.
Okay, no. What comes out in 2000?
The original Kings of Comedy.
Right. I'm on BET's Comic View, and they're using this as the commercial in 1998. Okay. That's why I'm saying, yeah. So if I said the dates wrong,
let's go back and clear that up.
Okay.
You said, I had Cedric on here, and I asked him about the joke stealing, and he said the timeline doesn't add up.
Correct.
To that point, you say.
Right. So he thought that I was just a no-name comedian and that he could take this joke and nobody would know.
Right.
The issue was that I had already done this particular joke on BET's Comic View twice.
Right.
It had done so well on BET's Comic View that they had made it part of the commercial. So part of the commercial of make sure you tune in to BET was you seeing me doing this joke.
Right.
And this joke is one of those jokes in comedy where you set it up and it takes a little longer to set it up, takes about 3 minutes, but then you're just hitting them with jokes after that because you don't have to set it up.
Right.
Mark Curry had already helped me work on this joke because I thought it was good because I was getting a standing ovation on it. He had me go back in the lab and help me craft it to be an even more powerful joke. So this is not just a random joke. This is my very best joke, and it's my last joke, and it's my closing joke.
Okay.
1998, I'm doing this joke. It's on Comic View. Cedric comes to the Comedy Store. He watches me in the audience. He comes backstage. He tells me what a great job I did and how much he loves the joke.
And here's another thing, too. Someone who's lying, they wouldn't just immediately jump into this very detailed explanation of the timeline. Someone who's lying would have gotten immediately uncomfortable, dodged the question, or tried to explain it away. He literally went into the most detailed explanation possible. Now, that doesn't mean he's not lying, but it just means that he's either the most talented liar ever, or he's telling the truth here, because to be able to be that specific, I mean, this is crazy. This interview was January 3rd, 2024. I don't know if it's coincidental. that he didn't do this interview in 2023. I don't know if there's some kind of meaning to as soon as it turns 2024, the truth will be revealed. That's what he said at the beginning of it. He said all will be revealed.
2 years later, he's doing that as his last joke on the Kings of Comedy. And he's doing it verbatim. He's just changed my car into a spaceship. Him and Steve had already apologized for me, so I gave him a pass for a decade. Why would you sit here and be like, I saw Cat 30 times, and Cat didn't do, as I stand before you, Shannon, I would have bust Cedric's stomach. There was nothing that would have kept me from one of these in that patch right there. Like, are you kidding me? Why would you downplay me like that?
How many people also testify by saying, as I stand before you? Again, not that it proves that he's not lying, but there's just something so genuine about this guy. Cammy is saying here, I don't believe Cat is lying. I'm just saying he has nothing to worry about because I believe he's just playing a character because he was told to or he's allowed to without permission. Yeah, I don't know. Again, I'm not saying he's not a shill. I'm just saying he appears to be the least shill-like out of literally anybody I've ever seen. And he did drop plenty of names, though. He dropped a ton of names.
Why did I give you a pass if you were just gonna lie? And so that's what I'm saying. Like, they're all a group. Cedric, Steve, Ricky, they've been a group. Everybody knows that. They've been aligned. And there are these alliances in comedy. And if you stand against them, then they sometimes have a problem. But we don't let that change the content because that's all you know me for, is that I'm quite likely to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Now,
I mean, that's crazy. I mean, he dropped tons of names. He's talking about Epstein Island, Chris Tucker. I mean, he literally dropped so many names. P. Diddy, which is, I mean, that's a huge name to drop, obviously. And now everything that's coming out all these months later, it's kind of crazy.
Now, I've had to turn down $50 million 4 times.
Wow. That's crazy.
4 times. Just to protect my integrity and that virgin hole I was telling you about. Right. Because P. Diddy be wanting to party. And you gotta tell him no.
Damn. Wow. Wow.
You got to tell him no. I did. I did. See, I got the receipts for everything I'm telling you. That's why I can say them so freely.
Can I need to know?
I got the receipt for everything I'm saying. That's why I'm saying it so freely. Because he has the receipts. I can't help but think there's something more going on here. Like, if he is... Like, if he is a Freemason himself, and he's doing this all within accordance of the rules of Freemasonry without lying, I mean, could that explain it? I don't know.
You here, get your number.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Come on.
Because early on, you was accusing me of being...
Cat, man.
Yeah, it's crazy. Because I'm favored by God. Like, when I see people's wives and stuff, I don't even look at them. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to look at nothing I don't want to have. Because I know how blessed I am. If I look at it, I got it. That's how Diddy be feeling.
Come on, man. Come. So, you're not supposed to look at anything that you don't want.
Yaya Kelly asks, wonder if the feds have talked to Cat. I mean, if we're taking bets, probably, right? Unless, again, he does have some kind of protection from above. Or if he is a Freemason, he's doing this all within the rules. So that way there's no issue.
Not me personally, just because God has given me literally everything I ever even pump faked like I want.
What? I mean, this guy is just amazing. I've never heard anybody speak like that. God has given me everything I've even pump faked to have wanted. I mean, wow. All I can say is wow.
And that's the whole thing. That's the whole thing.
So, final thoughts here on Cat blowing the whistle and all this. We got the dress wearing. We have, I'll go over a recap at the end here because now we're going to move into female actresses and Hollywood humiliation rituals specifically for the female actresses and the difference between, let's say, an artistic film, regardless of what the content is, whether it has sex, nudity, whatever, and a specific Illuminati humiliation ritual, because I don't believe every single scene that's weird is specifically an Illuminati humiliation ritual, but there are certain ones that definitely stand out. If YouTube, again, will allow. I wonder if that wheel around his neck also is Ezekiel's wheel from the Bible, referencing the movement of the celestial sphere in the heavens above. Court of public opinion says he won't lose a thing because he doesn't need the backing of the powerful. He actually has talent. I wonder, see, here's the thing. If 99% of people in Hollywood are compromised, then they will lose everything. And if there's a 1% that's not, and they're not in a position to lose because of it, if there is some kind of occult spell over Hollywood, movie magic, Tinsel Town, if there's some kind of spell or rules, occult rules, perhaps that does allow the 1% to not be harmed by the other 99%. Who knows? YouTube's playing some games here. What's going on? We're going to get into some really controversial stuff coming up even more, so... So we're going to go through a few different movies, and again, I'm going to compare scenes that seem to be Hollywood Illuminati humiliation rituals and many, many scenes that are not, just so we can kind of see the difference here. So we're going to go through the 80s, 90s, 2000s, and today, because there seems to be this huge shift happening now where it's so obvious. And in the 80s, for example, I think it was a lot less obvious. So let's see if YouTube lets me put the next clips up, because it's like hanging and just lagging here. Again, seemingly only on streams like this and not other streams. So weird. Okay, so 1983, we have Splash, the Tom Hanks, Daryl Hannah movie. So she plays this mermaid. So for example, there's a lot of movies like this, even the 60s, 70s, 80s, whatever. It's not, so a scene like this, I would not, first of all, the whole movie's rated PG. So a scene like this in particular, I would not classify as an Illuminati humiliation ritual. I actually don't even think she felt that uncomfortable in this particular scene. So keep in mind, this is 1983. And of course, YouTube is hanging again. Okay, we're going to examine also what she said about this movie. But so this is this scene, whatever, fairly innocuous. Again, this PG Tom Hanks movie, kind of marketed towards kids too. Whatever. So again, a scene like this, I don't know, not too much of an issue. Whatever, it's rated PG. Okay, now this next scene, for people who have seen the movie, this scene is very weird. I thought it was weird when I first saw the movie. This scene is very weird. Now, this is PG, so I do have an AI censor that I have designed for the purpose of this podcast. I didn't put it on this scene because it's PG. So this whole podcast, I want to keep it PG, PG-13. Anything more explicit, there will be an AI censor. And it has very advanced tracking to keep everything censored. Okay. So they made this girl, who's like early 20s, film this scene. It's kind of weird in a PG movie. Now it's going to get even weirder. This ain't California. So here's a reveal. This ain't California. We don't go for this stuff here. Now, here's the really weird part. Why did they put these young boys in this scene? In the background? Like, was that really necessary to have kids in this scene? Like, look in the background. That seems like, even if you really want to do the scene, can you at least keep it to adults in the scene? In this highly public scene? They could have also obviously shot it quite a bit differently. But this is just a clear distinction between like some kind of underwater mermaid swimming scene, which you could argue is relatively artistic. And then you have a scene like this where you're intentionally putting in, like, how do you think Daryl Hannah must have felt forced to shoot this scene and have children laughing at her in the scene? I mean, even without the children, it's kind of weird. But what is the reason for putting the kids in this scene? And I'm going to go over a couple other movies pretty soon where it seems like there's very unnecessary choices being made in certain scenes that could differentiate Illuminati humiliation ritual versus not. So here's an interview. This is from Entertainment Weekly, supposedly published March 9th, 2024, so very recently. Daryl Hannah says she was incredibly anxious about splash nude scenes, was very sheltered by Emmeline Travis. Daryl Hannah wasn't exactly flipping her fins at the idea of getting naked for splash. The actress who starred as its lovable mermaid, Madison, told People that while she loved filming the whole thing, she was actually really anxious about showing skin in the 1984 rom-com. I was very world-traveled, but very sheltered at the same time, Hannah said. I hadn't really had a boyfriend yet, so I was incredibly anxious about any nudity. Speaking to People, Ron Howard recalled that Hannah was very relaxed about the nudity because she understood it was something we needed to do for the movie. He added she understood her character as a creature, a very natural, organic, free-spirited creature, and she made so much possible. It was amazing. The director said, okay, swim, hair, whatever. Okay. Hannah also reflected on the scene in which her character travels to New York and excitedly engages with a group of tourists. When I'm at the Statue of Liberty, you see my butt, she recalled, but then everybody's got a butt, so I guess it's not that bad. So it's kind of weird. Like, she's almost trying to convince herself that it's not that bad. However, I don't know if her comments make that much sense, because she did a movie 1 or 2 years before Splash called Summer Lovers. And in that one, there's quite a few scenes on nude beaches. I haven't seen the movie, but I read the breakdown. So that was 2 years prior. So she would have been, I don't know. So I don't know why she's kind of trying to say, well, she didn't specifically say she hadn't done it before. She was just saying she was sheltered even though she had filmed this other movie. So she was born in 1960, so she would have been 21 or 22 in Summer Lovers, and closer to 25 for Splash. So, again, I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, I didn't watch the movie, Lisa. Lisa's saying that Summer Lovers also had a threesome. I'm assuming Daryl Hannah was in it. I think she was one of the main characters. Oh, wow. Joyce is saying young people and others use the unicorn mermaid icon emojis to convey they are born in the wrong body, they are trans. Okay, we're not going to get into that for this particular podcast, but yeah, it's really weird. Cammy's saying Brokeback Mountain, 6 Degrees of Separation, Monster Ball were humiliation movies and initiation movies that launched actor or main character's career. So yeah, it was kind of weird, and she went on to do some sketchy movies, too, with a lot of risque content, so to speak. But it's just so weird because she said she was, oh, and of course, Dancing at the Blue Iguana, 2001. That was a pretty crazy movie. I might have seen it, I don't remember, but it was kind of like, I don't know, a lot of people compared it to Showgirls. Like, it was pretty risque. But it's just weird how, I'm just illustrating here the difference in scenes. Like, obviously, there's tons of European movies, which I don't believe are Illuminati humiliation rituals. There's plenty of, like, low-budget horror B-movies with, like, a lot of gratuitous content. There was a scene, I'm not going to put it on the screen, but it was My Bloody Valentine, early 2000s, with a scene of an actress. She wasn't that famous, and she never even got that famous from it. She was, like, running around with a gun. And, oh, spoiler alert. Actually, I'm not going to say what happens just in case people want to watch it. But, yeah, it's definitely weird. So let's move on now into another one of the craziest. Again, I'm not claiming that this is an Illuminati humiliation ritual, but this one is weird, and we're going to discuss why I don't believe Illuminati humiliation rituals launch careers. Same thing as wearing a dress doesn't launch careers. It seems like they already get to a certain level of fame, and then this is what breaks them into the next echelon. But even that, it doesn't always work like that, and we'll get into why. So this next image and video is, hopefully the censor works, otherwise we're definitely getting shut down. Because this is more explicit. I believe everybody's going to know about it, though. If YouTube allows, of course. Highly glitchy stream here. Lisa said different programs have different methods. Yes, very possible. And humiliation rituals happen for various reasons. Yes. Again, I want to reiterate that obviously not every potentially embarrassing or risque scene in a Hollywood movie is a humiliation ritual. I think it has a lot to do with not just who it is, but the stage of their career and how they feel about it, and if there's an MK Ultra shift that you can see afterwards. Hopefully it'll work. And this next video is actually going to illustrate this perfectly. Because this is somebody who already had fame and fortune at the top at the time of this event, which we will watch. Oh, Rebecca, I think you'd be surprised. Rebecca says, at this point, Illuminati programming is such common knowledge that I would imagine these methods wouldn't be used anymore since everyone is hyper aware of them. We'll wait until the end of this podcast, once we get to 2023. So this is Madonna in 1992. Now, this is a very famous image from her 1992 book, the Sex Book. And again, this is after fame and fortune. So for some reason, so she's doing a shoot inside a studio. When I first saw this image in the 90s, I thought this was from the 70s or 80s. But I guess if you look at the make of the cars in the background, it could potentially, I mean, some of them are older cars, but obviously you had cars from the 70s. I mean, you still have cars from the 70s driving around today, but back in 92, it wouldn't be uncommon. But what is the story here? So she's doing a photo shoot inside a studio. And for some reason, she just randomly walks outside into the street and pretends to hitchhike. Now, I don't think this was on the official itinerary for the photo shoot. And I haven't looked through that book, but this was a popular image that was around a lot at that time. So she had, now obviously Madonna is synonymous with the Kabbalah and Illuminati and the occult. She still looks relatively young now at the age of 65. So she was married and divorced Sean Penn, 85 to 89. So this is in 1992. So this is after she is literally the most famous pop star in the world from 84 to 87. She's already achieved, theoretically, the maximum of fame and fortune. I mean, she made her Broadway debut in 1988. And so she had a huge endorsement deal with Pepsi, 89. So this is post, most of her biggest hits, like A Prayer, all of these. This is all post all of this. She's one of the most top-selling artists of all time. She also played in the big Hollywood movie Dick Tracy 1990 with Warren Beatty, which went to #1 in the box office. Madonna also received a Saturn Award, and that's for science fiction movies. We're not going to get into why it's called the Saturn Award. And yeah, so this is, theoretically, she's reached the absolute top of fame and fortune by 91. The Blonde Ambition Tour was the highest grossing documentary of all time. This is crazy. Released 91. So 1992, she's also starring in a Hollywood movie, A League of Their Own, and I'm assuming they filmed that in 91, or mostly 91. So in October 92, after all of this, so she got paid $60 million. And she actually founded her own entertainment company in April of 92. So she's not just top of the world. She's also a businesswoman running everything on her own. She has 20% from the music proceedings, the highest in the industry at the time, equaled only by Michael Jackson. So she had a $60 million advance in this deal, and she founded her own entertainment company, Maverick. And this is Maverick Records and Maverick Films. Now, for some reason, after all of this, so not only does she achieve the top of fame and fortune, the absolute top, both on the music side, the acting side, and the business side now, because not that many Hollywood celebs are, have their own studios or recording companies and these huge deals. It was literally just her and Michael Jackson. So in October 92, she simultaneously releases her 5th studio album, Erotica, and her coffee table book, Sex, consisting of provocative and explicit images, which is kind of weird. Has anybody ever done that before? Because isn't that kind of weird? Like after maybe, obviously before fame and fortune, there's a lot of celebrities that did weird stuff. And so this is just weird. She randomly walks out into the street and just pretends to hitchhike while smoking. Does anybody find this kind of weird? So this is 1992. It's in black and white, so it looks like it's maybe a lot older. But it's just kind of weird. Does anybody find this kind of weird? Madonna, literally possibly the most famous female in the world. She's worth, she just got a $60 million deal, so potentially she's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Can anyone point to another celebrity worth potentially hundreds of millions of dollars doing this? Like, if they want to pose for a magazine indoors somewhere privately, okay, whatever, there's people who do that. What is the reason for her walking out into the middle of the street? I don't know. This is weird. I find this kind of weird. And look at her demeanor. There's not one iota of a crap given. And you would think she'd be highly recognizable, and yet she's not causing any car crashes. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. I can't quite explain it. So maybe that wasn't an Illuminati humiliation ritual. I don't know. Marilyn Monroe would never do something like that. That's weird. Okay, let's move on to, this is the 1993 movie Shortcuts with Julianne Moore. This is one of the most bizarre scenes anybody will ever see if they had seen this movie. It is just so weird. Can you imagine her reading this script? So Julianne Moore, by 1993, she was also quite famous. So she wasn't the top of the top, but she was quite famous. And this is kind of a really weird scene just watching it. She doesn't actually seem to be embarrassed or anything. So I don't know if she felt it was a humiliation ritual or not. Maybe not. Maybe this isn't one of them. But this was just another really weird scene. I can't recall that many scenes like this in a random, relatively high-level Hollywood movie. It's just kind of weird. Especially, this was largely before everybody was on the internet. So if you're watching this movie in the theater, and then this scene comes on, what are you thinking here? It's just kind of weird. It's just kind of weird. Call me crazy. It just seems kind of weird. Just going through Julianne Moore's, I was kind of a fan of Julianne Moore. So she's 33 years old here. She's not super young. She's not a struggling actress who can't find any roles, and she has to do these low-budget B movies with questionable scenes. It's just kind of weird. It's super weird. You would think, and Julianne Moore is one of these actresses, some of her recent movies are very weird. I haven't seen all of them. A couple of them are pretty weird. But back in the 80s and 90s, she was definitely one of the classier actresses. So obviously she wasn't super famous, but she had already won a daytime Emmy Award in '88. So that's 7 years or 3, 4, 5 years prior to this. She did a couple of soap operas. She did a couple other movies. So this is not somebody struggling for work here. It's really weird. It's very weird. Yeah, this is Julianne Moore in the movie Shortcuts, 1993. And again, I'm just highlighting various different scenes. Obviously, there's plenty of movies. Like, I didn't get into the whole Basic Instinct one with Sharon Stone. I think that might have just been, it's the way that she tells it, because she had done plenty of other movies with plenty of nudity. That seems like it was just like kind of like a shock value scene put in, and it wasn't an Illuminati humiliation ritual. So I'm not going to go over it here, but again, there's plenty of movies and plenty of scenes. Oh, Rebecca mentioned that she's 33 here. I'm not sure exactly if she's 33. I guess she could have been 32 or 34, but just based, I don't know when they shot the scene. I was just going by movie release dates. But again, the point here is that she's not some up-and-comer. She had already won a daytime Emmy and done a number of movies. So there was no real reason for her to have to do this scene. But she might have been 33. I'm not saying she's not 33. She very well might be exactly 33 here. And this scene is also really long. It's like really bizarre. But she doesn't seem embarrassed at all. So again, I don't know. This is one of the iffy ones. But good thing the AI sensor is not failing. Otherwise, this stream would definitely get shut down. It's probably going to get shut down anyway, but... Rebecca says maybe she just wanted to push herself as an actor. How does this push oneself as an actor? I don't know. Call me crazy, but this is... I don't know. I just think the scene is kind of weird. It just seems weird. Apparently, she just really liked Altman and wanted to work with him because he had done a bunch of other pretty high-rated dramas. But I don't know, it's just kind of weird. I mean, she's definitely a good actress. I mean, she doesn't seem bothered by it at all. But it's just kind of weird. I found it kind of weird. Rebecca says boundary pushing, embarrassing. Well, I don't know if she's embarrassed, but... perhaps it is boundary pushing in the general sense of the industry of what was to come, because once we get to some of these other scenes that are being shot more recently, it does seem like even if it had nothing to do with her, and even if she wasn't bothered by doing the scene, there may obviously be a greater agenda at play here. Yeah, she's definitely not bothered at all. So Mama Cat says they are totally bound by those contracts. Maybe doing these scenes is why she had so much work. I mean, she went on to do a lot of indie work afterwards as well. But yeah, I don't know. Really weird. Yeah, I mean, she definitely went to the more higher levels, but, an Emmy award-winning actress, I mean, how do you know she wouldn't have gotten that far anyway? They're saying the actor is borderline bothered. Yeah, kind of. It's just a really weird scene. I don't know, it just seems like a weird scene to me. I don't remember anything about the movie. I think there were plenty of other weird scenes in this movie as well. Actually, you know what's crazy? The movie's called Shortcuts. And we were just talking about Cat Williams talking about taking shortcuts. That's an interesting synchronicity. I didn't put that together. Yeah, this is Shortcut. The name of this movie is called Shortcuts. Wow. Okay, maybe there is shortcuts, and if she really is 33, I mean, this, wow, okay. If the movie hadn't been called Shortcuts, perhaps, yeah, she's 33, and maybe she's 33, depending on the exact month they shot the scene. And the movie's called Shortcuts. Wow. Thanks, Dave Scott, for the super chat. Is it just me? I find Bruce's Midwestern accent adorable. I don't know if I would describe it as such, but you're free to do so. This is just a really weird scene in general. Like, who wrote this scene and why? Like, it would almost have made more sense if she wasn't wearing anything at all. Like, it was just kind of weird. Super weird. Very, very weird. So if we take into account the name of the movie and her potential age being 33, perhaps there's more to that. Okay, so now we're going to move to the late 90s, early 2000s, into, for whatever reason, an era that everybody has forgot about. This is going to be very, very sketchy. This is going to be sleazy and sketchy. And I don't know why everybody forgot about this. Just thinking of the phrase Illuminati humiliation ritual, this would actually probably be one of the first things that comes to mind for me. Even though it's specifically not in movies, it revolves around celebrity culture, so to speak. So if YouTube allows again, we will move on to this next era in Hollywood. An era that, again, for some reason, everybody seems to have forgot, but I believe it is definitely Illuminati humiliation ritual related, although, again, the MindShock listeners can decide for themselves. So we're going to go into the celebrity paparazzi era. So now we're talking Paris Hilton, Britney Spears, etc. Some people called this the upskirt era, which is kind of weird. Because you have dozens and dozens of paparazzis flocking around celebrity cars. And everybody knows that they're taking pictures of the celebrities. So it's definitely very, very weird how some people are kind of blaming the paparazzi explicitly, but not that they shouldn't be blamed, because these are sleazy, scummy people, but they were kind of saying, like, how do you not know, like, if you're going to get out of the car, if you're a woman and you get out of a car and you're not wearing any undergarments and you're intentionally swinging your leg pretty wide to get out of a vehicle where you know there's 50 people with cameras around you, it's kind of a weird thing. I don't know. It's kind of weird. So they were supposedly, some of these photographs would have been worth tens of thousands of dollars. And they were... Yeah, it was really weird. And again, the way this was all slipped under the rug in the public, it was very, very weird. So this was, I don't remember exactly when it started. Paris Hilton was, of course, I guess what some would call, perhaps some would call, for lack of a better word, the pioneer in the upskirt shots. Let's hope the AI sensor works so we don't get into trouble. But yeah, it's kind of weird because, again, like Madonna, you have literally a 100 millionaire or billionaire was, let me see, it was Hilton. How much was Hilton worth? So she's the great-granddaughter of Conrad Hilton, who founded Hilton Hotels. I don't know if there's even an accurate, is there an accurate net worth of the Hilton family? Wow. Okay, so over $14.2 billion. Over $14.2 billion. So Rebecca says Paris probably did that to piss her parents off or something. The court of public opinion says all paparazzi are called in advance by the star. Well, look at, so what are the options here? Especially in that second photo, like, why in the world would she not have her knees bent? I mean, that's just weird. And she's looking straight at where all the camera people are. And so it's just kind of weird. It's just kind of weird. And so is she doing this to piss her parents off? Or is this merely accidental and she's drugged up and she doesn't realize? So in the early 90s, or late 90s, in these first shots that were all over the tabloids, so pre-social media, the tabloids actually, you know what? Tabloids were kind of the social media, the first social media, right? It was all the gossip and all the people talking, and they were in every single grocery store, supermarket payout line, right? So, you know, one time could be an accident, but how many times? It's just kind of weird. It's very weird. And then obviously so again, if you're a billionaire princess, why would you do this? It's kind of weird. So again, if you're talking shock value prank or whatever, obviously people have always done this. This was kind of a thing. I think there was even a newspaper article about it in like the early to, I guess it was the early 90s, maybe late 80s, early 90s. It was kind of like a Catholic schoolgirl thing to flash people like that just for kicks, I guess. But why would billionaire daughters be doing this? Seems kind of weird. And we're going to get into Paris Hilton's MK Ultra connections in a moment. But obviously Britney Spears was kind of one of the biggest victims, but it was mostly just the three of them. It was Paris, Britney, and what's her name? She was in Mean Girls, Lindsay Lohan, the three of them. So now it's up on the screen now. The three of them seem to have quite a few different incidents, repeated incidents, and keep in mind, they're coming out of a vehicle where they know that there are at least 50 paparazzos taking photos. Like, you could see the flash. Look how lit up they are. The paparazzis have the flash. They're doing flash photography. So this is quite obvious, you know. So is this all accidental every single time? And the weird thing is, what's super, super weird is, I mean, it's like, other than these three, like, the other ones seemed more like it was scummy paparazzo trying to get the shots, because all the other celebrities, they were trying to get shots of other celebrities, but other celebrities actually had undergarments on, and it seems like they weren't really usually successful. But for some reason, with these three, they seem to have been successful many, many times. So let's go back now to, I have an article here. Like, most of this stuff has been kind of swept under the rug, which was kind of weird too. Ronnie Romero says, done purposely, in my opinion. Well, let's see. Again, a lot of this stuff, like, there should have been a lot of outrage here. And there kind of wasn't. I mean, there was like a little bit, but not really. So we're talking here about Hollywood stars worth millions, and in Paris's case, billions. Why would these be the ones doing this? It's kind of weird. I mean, who would think that this isn't weird? And again, this was all over the tabloids and every grocery store. So all of their fans, like young girls and stuff, they were all seeing this in every single grocery store aisle on the top of, where the tabloids are. Which, I mean, that's kind of weird. How does nobody think this is weird? And apparently it was just this huge mainstream push. I don't know if Paris had any, like, younger fans, but Britney and Lindsay Lohan were huge stars. Lindsay was, she was a child actress as well. And so was Britney, because she was Mickey Mouse Club. So other than Paris, I mean, this is really weird. Billy Hilly Hillbilly, this is live, my friend. So in this paparazzi era, so Rebecca, the internet was still a thing. So on the paparazzi magazines, they were censored, but on the internet they weren't. This is like 99 to 2008 maybe. So they were posted all over the internet, and this is before, any kind of, this was kind of the Wild West of the internet. So this would be literally posted everywhere, like MySpace, whatever. It would be posted all over, and, like even like Britney fan forums. So it was just kind of weird because it seems like they understood that most of their fans were really young. And so that's where the outrage should have been. And it was just a very weird, like, this went on for almost a decade. So it's just kind of weird because does this fit the criteria for Hollywood Illuminati humiliation ritual? And the other question is, are they doing it on purpose, and why would they be? They've already achieved all the fame and fortune. So here is an article from ABC News going back November 22nd, 2008. Britney Spears flashes privates, gets press. Oh wait, November 27th, 2006 actually. Not so long ago when a society woman flashed a hint of leg from beneath her petticoat, onlookers gasped. Today, when Britney Spears displays her private parts to the paparazzi, the world points and laughs. Spears is the latest star to give people a glimpse of what's usually covered up, a trend that asks the question, what value, if any, does culture place on modesty today? On November 22nd, cameras caught Spears, the recently separated pop star and mother of two, in a leopard print mini dress so short it revealed her underwear. 2 days later, Spears was photographed getting out of a car in a hiked-up miniskirt. This time, her underwear was nowhere to be found. According to celebrity blogger Perez Hilton. Now, here's the other thing. So, how popular of a last name is Perez Hilton, which almost sounds like Paris Hilton? Now, it's kind of weird because supposedly they're not related, but their names are almost identical. Perez and Paris Hilton. Supposedly they're not related, but what are the chances? It's just kind of weird. So his real name is Mario Armando. I wonder if he made his name sound so similar to Paris's, but Mario Armando Lavandera Jr. Here, let me see if I can find when he got his, if he made his name that because of Paris Hilton, but let's see. Apparently not. That's weird. He was also on the 3rd episode of the 3rd season of The Sopranos. 3-3. Interesting. I don't know, maybe he did make his name that because of Paris Hilton. It doesn't really say. Any Perez Hilton experts in the chat here? court of public opinion says he came out of nowhere. Yes, it is strange. He was also the first to report Castro's death. Okay, anyway, according to celebrity blogger Perez Hilton, Spears' upskirt shots are no mistake. They're a classic cry for attention. Quote, she wants the picture taken. She wants the publicity. She wants people talking about her, Hilton said of Spears. That's what people love to see more than anything. Why do you think celebrity sex tapes sell so well? I mean, that's kind of weird, but okay. So that was his position the entire time. The photos, which spread virally across the internet, gained Spears' entry to a club ruled by repeat flashers Paris Hilton and Lindsay Lohan. Cameras have caught Lohan pantyless 4 times over the last 2 months. Quote, you'd think she'd either wear pants or panties or be more careful about how she exits a car, blogger Hilton said. 4 times, that's no accident, that's deliberate. The rash of celebrities flashing their nether regions worries Peter Post, director of the Emily Post Institute of Etiquette and Manners. Wow, they got this guy for an interview. My concern is the impressionability of young people, he said. I think that some young people are going to say, wow, if Britney Spears and Paris Hilton can do that, I wonder if I can do that. Post points out that even if celebrity flashers are putting themselves in compromising situations on purpose, it's troubling that they have to bear so much to get a little media attention. So this was all very, very strange. Just because of the number of repeated incidents. And yeah, this is very, very bizarre. Now, here's another article that has since been removed. Oh, wait, this one hasn't. Okay, this is Mel Magazine. A cultural history of the celebrity upskirt shot. The invasion of privacy and lack of consent that characterized the upskirt shots of the 2000s was not a barrier to consumption. It was part of the appeal. So the other thing, too, is this some kind of desensitization to this kind of behavior? Yeah, Dave Scott said here, the crotch shots are grooming young girls to make the behavior okay. And look what happened just a mere, 10, 15 years later. Now OnlyFans is like extremely popular. What was the stat? There are more young female OnlyFans models than teachers in schools. Alien Big Cat 23 says, yes, social engineering. But are they willing participants or not? And that's what we're going to get into. But let me finish this article. The other thing that's really troubling is the lack of media outrage, right? It's like this was almost like encouraged on the down low. Because why does nobody care? This is like the birth of the internet. This is all the way up to through 2008. Coincidentally, we're going to get into the housing market crash actually ended this era, so to speak. I mean, obviously there are still some weirdos online trying to get these kinds of shots for blogs, but they're not getting tens of thousands of dollars for them because they're just posting them online. They're, the tabloids aren't making as much money now. Most of them actually probably went out of business. Now there's just online blogs, not actual physical tabloids. In the lively public sphere that is the bodybuilding.com forum, wow, I remember when that was incredibly popular. User Cyberskater confesses a personal desire. If I see a hot chick with a skirt on walking by, I get immediately turned on by her legs, but if I see her with shorts, it's not as attractive, he explains. I have a fetish for voyeuristic pleasure, such as upskirts and smelling panties. I have a girlfriend, but I do not want to let her know that I like upskirts. Is that weird? The replies aren't consoling. Expletive pervert, one user retorts, whereas another calls him a freak, but not in the good way. Okay. The upskirt fetish has a poor reputation, and perhaps rightfully so, given that it's most often associated with non-consensual recording or photographing of unsuspecting women and girls in public. The widespread revulsion caused by perpetrators like disgraced urologist Adam Levinson suggests that there's a firm, well-deserved stigma associated with the act. It's strange then to remember not so very long ago, mainstream tabloids and women's weekly magazines would regularly and openly publish upskirts paparazzi shots of female celebrities. You know what else is weird, though? If this is... Okay, so I guess they're hiding behind that this is technically public property. Because obviously you can't publish private photos of any kind. So I guess the reason that they were allowed to publish all of this in all of the tabloids available at like every single grocery store was because technically it was in public. So even if it's a private vehicle, anything that you can see from a public street would technically be covered by no expectation of privacy. This was not pre-cell phone, Rebecca. A lot of these shots were with cell phones. This was between 98, 99, and 2008, roughly. So by 2000, I don't know, 5-ish, the middle of this so-called era, was cell phones were pretty popular. I mean, Lindsay Lohan has a cell phone in her hand right there in the shot. I think Britney Spears does too. So they have cell phones, but... Yeah, I mean, they had the internet in the 70s. I went over this in another podcast. The 80s was kind of the rise of the internet, but... And then I guess early 90s was, once AOL got started. So the 2000s were an unfortunate decade for many reasons, but one of them was the ubiquity of these sorts of pictures, featuring stars like Paris Hilton and Lindsay Lohan flashing their Brazilian waxes as they gracelessly exited their vehicles. Photographers would crowd cars containing female celebrities and wait poised as they removed themselves, attempting to capture the golden egg of the unscrupulous paparazzo. Wow, I can't believe this is written in like a real magazine. The pussy shot. In women's magazines, the genitals might be covered with a dignity-saving post-production star, but on the recesses of the internet, they would be published in all their lack of glory. This is Male Magazine. It's kind of like a popular magazine, I guess. Some celebrities like Hilton had a blasé attitude about this phenomenon and didn't seem overly concerned with hiding their freshly waxed genitals from the cameras. Hilton's symbiotic relationship with the press is well documented. Other more private stars like Emma Watson and Beyonce were targets precisely because of their guardedness. No one was off limits, and famous women were hounded relentlessly on the off chance they'd unwittingly expose the goods to photographers who would earn tens of thousands of dollars for revealing shots. Tabloids and magazines would then publish the pictures and frame the captions around how stupid, vulgar, and careless these women were, simultaneously ogling and shaming them. So this is kind of a weird thing because they were making fun of them. Like, if anybody remembers the tabloids in those stores, they were everywhere. Like, you couldn't escape them. I mean, this was full on, like, the tabloids were like the social media of that time period. Because this was back before everyone shopped on Amazon. Everybody would go to the store, whether it was a convenience store, grocery store. Every store had these tabloids, and these were like all front page on the tabloids. And not just... What was weird, it wasn't like, oh, look, they're pretty. They were making fun of them and saying, oh, look, they're stupid. So it's kind of like this, it's like, again, leading credence to the Illuminati humiliation ritual because they're all rich and famous already. There's really no reason for them to be doing this. It's not hard to see why upskirt shots of women hold illicit appeal for certain viewers, and when the celebrity involved is participating knowingly, as in Marilyn Monroe's iconic and staged flying skirt moment as she stood over the air vents on Lexington Avenue, there's little harm done. I mean, I guess you could try to invoke slippery slope on that, but Marilyn Monroe was still fairly classy. But the invasion of privacy and lack of consent that characterized the upskirt shots in the 2000s wasn't a barrier to consumption. For some, it was part of the appeal, and the hatred of women was palpable. Quote, Britney's sin slit looks a little lopsided in this upskirt photo. It must have been smacked around pretty hard the night before, reads one caption in an online roundup of the top 12 celebrity upskirt slips, which I won't link to. Another is just as charming. try to keep down your lunch on this one as the creature known as Beyonce flashes her mangled mocha manhole in the upskirt photo above. This is a very weird article. It's hard to believe how mainstream these upskirt photos were and how they curiously disappeared from the cultural landscape without much fanfare. In an excellent report for BuzzFeed News, Claudia Rosenbaum chronicles the rise and fall of the entire paparazzi industry beginning in 2000 when US Weekly went from monthly to weekly, and magazines like People, In Touch Weekly, Life and Style Weekly, and OK became dominant cultural forces, all of which were vying for stars, they're just like us shots that could fetch tens and even hundreds of thousands of dollars for cunning photographers. As veteran paparazzo Giles Harrison told BuzzFeed, we were making more than we knew what to do with. So again, if this is an Illuminati humiliation ritual, clearly it's well-funded, because you have all these guys talking about turning down $50 million deals. I mean, it would be pretty easy to get paparazzos with no morals to kind of participate in this. It's very weird. Very, very weird. Then the Great Recession of the late 2000s hit. Frivolous $5 magazines became a luxury most consumers couldn't justify, especially with the rise of free celebrity gossip online. And media budgets for celebrity shots, upskirt or otherwise, plummeted. In-house paparazzi teams were laid off. Getty reduced royalty payouts to freelancers. And suddenly, photos that once commanded tens of thousands of dollars were barely worth the trouble it took to get them. And it was becoming much more trouble. Stars were beginning to fight back against the relentless hounding of the press. In the case of Britney Spears and Kanye West, the fight was quite literal, involving umbrellas and headlocks. Others, like Halle Berry and Jennifer Garner, engaged in Won't Someone Please Think of the Children fight for public sympathy, which paid off when anti-paparazzi legislation was passed. I mean, why would you even need legislation? Because technically, if you're crowding somebody that much, I mean, you're harassing. That's physical harassment. And borderline assault if you're invading their personal space within inches. But I get, whatever. Finally, the advent of social media sounded the death knell for the industry. With the rise of platforms like Instagram, celebrities could retain tight control of their own images and cut out the middleman photographers. But while those economic, legal, and technological pressures help explain the downfall of upskirt celebrity shots, social pressures no doubt played a role as well. The 2010s has been an era of slut walks, consent is sexy feminist sloganeering, women's issues blogs, body positive consumerism, and the Me Too movement. There is now a near mandatory expectation that everybody identify as a certain kind of feminist and denounce the most boorish displays of sexism. Hence, the days of the upskirt celebrity shots were numbered. Fast forward to 2016, when at the launch of He for She Arts Week, a celebration of gender equality in the arts in New York, Emma Watson reminded us just how creepy these shots were and what was at stake. Quote, I remember on my 18th birthday, I came out of my birthday party and photographers laid down the pavement and took photographs up my skirt, which were then published on the front of the English tabloid the next morning, she said. If they had published the photographs 24 hours earlier, they would have been illegal, but because I had just turned 18, they were legal. So, you know what else is kind of weird, though, is obviously in the era of Instagram and all these others, like a lot of celebrities are just publishing their own shots, which some of them are much worse than this anyway. But yeah, this is very, very weird. So, okay, this next article has been removed from the internet. So this one was actually Vice magazine. Was this Vice? Which is obviously a very weird outlet as well. Lindsay Lohan's former publicist explains why celebs stage paparazzi photos, explaining the common thread between Paris Hilton and Thomas Markle. If the metric, so the date here is July 24th, 2018 by Holly Connolly. If the metrics by which you judge success are prize and popularity, then the best paparazzi photos are as literal as slogan t-shirts. The infamous 2007 photographs of Britney Spears freshly bald and primed to smash an umbrella through the paparazzo Daniel Ramos's car window because she's really and truly finally had enough made photo agency X17 $500,000, in part because they so unequivocally are the headline, she's having a breakdown. And if headlines, and didn't she actually date a paparazzo, Britney Spears, for a period of time? One of the ones that was hounding her? It's kind of weird. I mean, is that MK Ultra residue, Stockholm Syndrome? Anyway, if headlines can be aesthetic, then they were the aesthetic of the white girl paparazzi heyday, the years 2003 to about 2010, the years of Paris Hilton's That's Hot, of Lindsay Lohan's 84 minutes in jail for misdemeanor cocaine use, and of course Britney Spears' breakdown. They would step out to buy lattes and shop at places like the LA store Kitson in outfits that were studies in off-duty sticky glamour. Incongruously tiny or giant handbags paired with juicy couture tracksuits, low-rise jeans, and flip-flops. Most crucially, they wore slogan t-shirts. Lindsay Lohan went with skinny bitch. Paris Hilton chose stop being desperate. And of Britney Spears' many, the most precise read, I am the American dream. These t-shirts signaled awareness of or even collusion with photographers. A slogan t-shirt is its own headline. After all, they often read as reactions to press coverage. Skinny bitch, for instance, was worn when Lohan was in the headlines for a reported eating disorder. Perhaps the slogans were a way to take advantage of the sustained paparazzi coverage, or maybe they were a hint that the sightings were less than coincidental. That they were, in fact, contrived. And that's kind of weird. The most recent insight into forces afoot behind the lens came not through an it girl in the mold of Paris Hilton, but through Thomas Markle, or Meghan Markle's dad, as he's better known. The Mail on Sunday revealed that Markle had conspired with paparazzo Jeff Rayner just days before he was due to walk his daughter down the aisle at her wedding to Prince Harry. Obviously, the royal family intersects all conspiracies, for a series of staged candidates. There is a strangely dated feeling to the series. In one, he browses photos in an internet cafe, as if mobile phones with internet did not yet exist. In another, he thumbs through a book of British landmarks. The photos read as pale facsimiles of those early millennium paparazzo shots that are now enshrined as memes, harking back to a time just pre-social media, when influence was built not through Instagram, but through tabloids and gossip sites presided over by the likes of ghoulish Perez Hilton. Markle was ostracized for his perceived courting of the limelight, but the incident raises an interesting question. Was he breaking the rules of celebrity by exploiting his adjacency, or taking advantage of a proven method? For those who became celebrities, whether by accident or design, the paparazzi, as Hunter Frederick told me over the phone, is definitely a tool. Frederick is Lindsay Lohan's ex-publicist, though by his own assessment he is not only a publicist but a crisis manager and servant. First, a brief word on the ex. Although they were reported to have dramatically parted ways November 2016, Frederick claims they have always been good friends and that he'll do some work for her on the back end. She has no publicist currently. As Lohan stated in her recent interview with the New York Times, I'm going to take control of my life completely and fire everyone and just rehire them when I'm ready. For what it's worth, she still follows Frederick on Twitter. Well, that's kind of weird. Frederick's approach to using the paparazzi is very, why wouldn't you? He has 10 paparazzo personal numbers in my phone right now, which he can use to choreograph a sighting at any time. The picture Frederick paints is of a careering wagon trail of cameras that is valuable, but only to the extent that you can control it. I really only need one paparazzo. The problem is they tend to share info, so if you tell one, they tell their buddies, and when they're expecting one photographer to show up, you get 10. This spectacle of the paparazzi descending en masse is useful for the optics of fame, but it speaks to a tendency towards chaos. Once you kind of invite the paparazzi in, you then lose control how much exposure you get. He mused. Control is a persistent theme in our conversation. There tends to be a mutual respect because if they burn me, I won't text them, he said matter-of-factly. If they're a new and upcoming star and when they're with their friends and they've never been to Hollywood, it's kind of a fun thing to do. Wow. Okay, so this is all pretty weird. Sometimes Frederick explained he'd coordinate for the paparazzi to show up to shoot one of his new clients on the cusp of fame. Like Kitson in the mid-aughts, the preferred location for the paparazzi sightings are restaurants and places where they like to shop, mundane settings that emphasize the reality of the photo. These sightings are less about publicity and more about giving the client the experience. If they're a new and upcoming star and they're with their friends, they've never been to Hollywood, it's kind of a fun thing to do. A fun thing to do, but more importantly, a thing celebrities are meant to do. It's a telling insight into the logic of the up-and-coming. What's kind of weird, though, he's talking about the up-and-coming, but these, like, what about the fully established stars already? It's just kind of weird. So, okay. One more article here with possibly a smoking gun. A possible smoking gun here. Taylor Biz just got in here. Haha, I joined at an interesting time. Yeah, we're going deep here. We're going deep. So this is an article from nowtolove.co.nz. And this possibly blows a whistle on everybody. So the name of this article, posted October 17th, 2007, Why Britney Doesn't Wear Undies. A jewelry designer has revealed why Britney Spears is constantly caught not wearing underwear. Tuesday night. So this Tuesday night is from Nightmare on Elm Street, coincidentally. She was kind of a bigger actress in the 80s. Tuesday night, a former friend of the fallen pop princess says, quote, I've heard Paris Hilton, Lindsay Lohan, and Britney talk about how they shock Hollywood just for the fun of it. They were discussing how they could play a little joke on all of us. Britney doesn't need to do it, and she knows it's stupid, but she says she just doesn't like to wear underwear. Tuesday adds, it's ridiculous. I've told her you cannot walk into a store wearing just a t-shirt with your underwear off. I've told her no one will take her seriously when she does this. But let's repeat this part here. Tuesday night is claiming she's personally heard Paris Hilton, Lindsay Lohan, and Britney talk about how they shock Hollywood just for the fun of it. They were discussing how they could play a little joke on us. So clearly, this isn't for money. Like, why are they going to conspire with the paparazzi? Oh, take this shot, give me a $50K on the back end. They're already multimillionaires. They don't care. So what is the joke, though? Like, okay, like, I don't get the joke here. I mean, maybe I'm just old-fashioned. I don't understand, like, what's the part of the joke here? I mean, I just don't get it. Like, what's the joke here? So, are they all MK Ultra? Like, look at Lindsay Lohan's eyes in this shot here. So, I mean, Paris actually doesn't look MK Ultra here, but Lindsay and Britney do. So here's another conspiracy theory that Paris Hilton got Britney to do this, because I don't know if this was the first shot before they all started, but Paris Hilton looks very happy in here that Britney is exiting the vehicle in quite an obvious fashion while they're surrounded with paparazzis. So here's where it's going to get really, really crazy. Because, so apparently they're friends today. Now, the conspiracy theory at the time was that Paris told Britney to do this for some reason, and for some reason Britney agreed. I have no idea why. Now, she's got at least 1 or 2 kids by this point. So this is Billboard.com. Paris Hilton said she was crying when she read the kind things Britney Spears said about her in her memoir. That really touched me, the socialite DJ said of kind the shout out in The Woman in Me. On Wednesday's Kelly Clarkson show, the host asked guest Paris Hilton about a throwback picture the socialite DJ recently posted of herself and pal Britney Spears way back in 2006, when Hilton bragged that the dynamic duo created the idea of the selfie. Is this truly the first selfie? In which case, we're going truly into MK Ultra land, because we're going to be examining Paris Hilton's MK Ultra origins, because she's got an interesting story she just went public with, which we'll be going over that. Is this really the first selfie? If this is truly the first selfie, and then this kind of shock and awe, give me attention, does this preview what would come with Instagram and social media and even OnlyFans? Did all of the young girls in the early 20s that saw all this on all the tabloids and all over the internet, if they had the internet, was it all normalized now? I mean, that would be kind of crazy if this is really the first selfie. So is this Paris Hilton taking the selfie? This doesn't look like a selfie to me, because it looks like someone's taking their picture from farther away, but I can't really tell. Maybe it is a selfie. Did Paris Hilton create the selfie? I mean, would that really be surprising? I mean, it's just kind of weird. It's definitely kind of weird. So continuing this article here, Clarkson noted that Hilton, who earlier this year released Paris the Memoir, Spears has stepped up to give a first-hand account of her life story in her recent best-selling tell-all, The Woman in Me. In the book, Clarkson noted that Spears wrote, quote, "One of the people who was kindest to me when I really needed kindness was Paris Hilton," end quote. It's kind of weird, because was this their first outing? I believe this was one of their first outings, where the story goes that Paris Hilton told Britney to do this, which is kind of weird. Britney doesn't look too happy about it in this image, but in all of the following shots, that staged or not, she looks normal, but I don't know. This is all very weird. This is all very, very weird. But Paris Hilton might have been the mastermind, because Paris Hilton also, coincidentally, is kind of, if you could call it that, the pioneer of the upskirt shot. Because she was first, and then apparently Britney and Lohan were after that quite a lot. And what's kind of disturbing is if she was the one that somehow had some kind of pull over Britney. I don't know why anybody would think this was a good idea, but anyway, I was crying when I read that, and that really touched me, said Hilton, who, like Spears, wrote about some very challenging times in her book. She's just so strong. I love her so much, and I'm just so proud of her speaking the truth and writing this whole book. That quote meant a lot to me when I read it. Okay, so Clarkson, who also knows the rigors of being a young person thrust into the spotlight, thanks to her rise to fame at 20 after winning American Idol in 2002, said she could relate to both women's rocky journeys. "I feel like there has to be a purpose in the things that happen to us, the good and the bad, and I love that you're a really big advocate for the troubled teen industry, because you had struggled," Clarkson said. Hilton said she's proud of the impact she's made by advocating for changes in the troubled teen industry to prevent the kind of abuse she said in her book she suffered when she was shuttled between different facilities where she was physically and mentally abused between the ages of 16 and 18. So here we are now going to get to the supposedly known MK... Well, actually, hold on. Let's finish... I mean, there was still quite a few there was even more issues with Perez Hilton saying that Britney Spears should have been dead, etc., etc. I mean, he's a sicko. I don't want to actually even get in too much into him, but there was... So Entertainment Weekly had an article on the Holy Trinity turning 16, and this was in regards to this night out. They called this the Holy Trinity, Paris, Brittany, and Lindsay Lohan, an ode to a night out in 2006 that got really awkward between Paris and Lindsay while Brittany was overprotected in the middle. Picture it, 2006, a young upstart social media company called Twitter launched. Beyonce had everyone going to the left with the top song of the year, Irreplaceable, and Lindsay Lohan and Paris Hilton were beefing. That's the backstory for the iconic photo featuring the Mean Girls actress, the heiress turned DJ, and the Princess of Pop, Britney Spears. Hilton commemorated the photo on Twitter, which ironically is now in its last days, writing, 16 years ago this happened, and the Holy Trinity was born. It's a strange reference. At the time, the Trinity were the most photographed starlets in the world. 2006 was a wild time. Hounded day and on their many nights, so getting all three together was the unholy grail for paparazzi. And though the gals look like they're having a grand old time, Hilton revealed in 2021 episode of our iHeartRadio podcast, This is Paris, that she was sick of all the rumors that La Lohan was starting. On that fated night in 2006, Hilton and Spears were at a friend's party at the Beverly Hills Hotel and had decided to go home when the Paps swarmed their car. Just as we got in the car, that's when Lindsay came up. It was kind of awkward because we were having some drama. The Stars Are Blind singer recalled. Said drama stemmed from a rumor that Hilton had hit and spilled a drink on the Oscar-invited actress. As Lohan approached the car, Hilton told the paparazzo to ask Lilo about the alleged incident. Lindsay said, "No, Paris would never hit me. I've known her since I was 15. Hilton said, "It was basically just not admitting what she did. It was quite awkward to be asked that question, and it was just weird how that whole thing happened. Then all of a sudden I look over, she's in my car. We weren't getting along, but I was polite." Okay, so, wow. Okay, so the weird references to the Holy Trinity. These three also happen to be the most photographed in the world at the time. So what does that mean? I mean, yeah, this is all pretty crazy, but if you look in Lohan's eyes, I mean, she looks completely MK Ultra there. Brittany looks drugged, and I have no idea how Paris looks here. She looks like some kind of criminal mastermind orchestrating this whole thing. So now we're going to go to the MK Ultra conspiratorial aspect of this. So let's go to Rolling Stone magazine. Paris Hilton alleges she was sexually abused at Utah boarding school. Quote, "I didn't understand what was happening." Paris Hilton opened up in a New York Times video op-ed about the alleged sexual abuse she experienced while attending Provo Canyon School, the Utah boarding school she spent a year at as a teenager, October 11th, 2022. So the Provo Canyon School apparently has some kind of MK Ultra programming and MK Ultra connections here. Is this all connected, or is everything mere coincidence? So you have Paris Hilton, who basically kicked off the upskirt era and possibly influenced her gal pals or frenemies, Brittany and Lohan, to do the same while they're the most photographed in the world. I mean, that's kind of weird. Just keeping in mind Illuminati, humiliation rituals, fame and fortune, etc. They're already the most famous. Shifty Eyes Shady in the chat says here, I know a guy that went to one of those crazy Utah schools. They are not schools, they are camps where they drug you and sexually abuse you. Yeah, it's really weird. I mean, I went over Britney Spears and her whole clone situation on that podcast. You can check that out. Paris Hilton alleged she was sexually abused while attending the Provo Canyon School, the Utah boarding school she spent a year at as a teenager. In a New York Times video op-ed, Hilton recounted her experience, marking the first time she'd opened up in detail about specific instances of abuse. Quote, very late at night, this would be around 3 or 4 in the morning, they would take myself and other girls into this room and they would perform medical exams, Hilton claimed. This wasn't even with a doctor. It was with a couple different staff members, and they would lay us on a table and put their fingers inside of us. And I don't know what they were doing, but it was definitely not a doctor. Along with this alleged sexual abuse, the star, who has been a strong advocate for the closure of Provo Canyon in recent years, has also previously said she was physically and mentally abused during her time at the treatment center. Hilton shared her experience for the op-ed titled, Can You Punish a Child's Mental Health Problems Away?, alongside a number of other participants who were sent away to similar treatment facilities as teenagers. It was really scary, and it's something that I really had blocked out for many years, she added. But it's coming back all the time now. I think about it, and now looking back as an adult, that was definitely sexual abuse. She went into greater detail in a Twitter thread while sharing the op-ed, writing, quote, sleep deprived and heavily medicated, I didn't understand what was happening. I was forced to lie on a padded table, spread my legs, and submit to cervical exams. I cried while they held me down and said no. They just said, shut up and be quiet. Stop struggling or you'll go to OBS. Hilton first opened up about her experience at the Provo Canyon School in the 2021 YouTube Originals documentary, This is Paris. She accused staff members of inflicting emotional, physical, and psychological abuse on her through verbal assault. She also claimed that attendees were regularly monitored while using the bathroom and showering. Last year, Hilton appeared in a Utah court to testify against Provo Canyon School. This was a recurring experience not only for me, but for other survivors, she added on Twitter. I was violated and I am crying as I type this because no one, especially a child, should be sexually abused. My childhood was stolen from me and it kills me this is still happening to other innocent children. Provo Canyon School was purchased by Universal Health Services in 2000 and has declined to comment on allegations prior to the new ownership. But it also hasn't commented on the alleged continual abuse experienced by patients in the 2 decades since. In 2020, Universal Health Services agreed to pay $117 million to resolve alleged violations of the False Claims Act, which prohibits billing for medically unnecessary inpatient behavioral health services and failing to provide adequate and appropriate services. Still, despite continuing to deny the allegations, the company and its centers currently face multiple ongoing lawsuits. In one suit, which names 49 plaintiffs, more than 24 people allege sexual abuse by a former medical director, according to the Times. It's important to open up about these painful moments so I can heal and help put an end to this abuse, Hilton wrote. Okay, so is this because... Okay. Whatever MK Ultra programming there may have been, was there a fracture and now she remembers it, whereas she didn't remember it before? I mean, this is pretty weird. Supposedly, also, there was at least one staff member death at this facility in recent years. So it is very, very bizarre. So, on Reddit Conspiracy, they were commenting on Paris's video here, which we'll play the video, and then we'll discuss the comments from people that went there. If YouTube allows.
Put a finger down if you've been kidnapped in the middle of the night by two large men who asked you if you wanted to go the easy way or the hard way. Put a finger down if you have severe nightmares from the trauma you experienced while attending the program. Put a finger down if you were cut off from communicating with the outside world and stripped of all of your human rights. Put a finger down if you feel like your childhood and teenage years were taken away from you. Put down a finger if you have major trust issues because of what they put you through. Put down a finger if you were force-fed medication without knowing what it was. Put down a finger if you were physically, emotionally, verbally, and sexually assaulted while you were there. Put a finger down if you've witnessed other kids be emotionally, verbally, physically, and sexually assaulted by staff. Put a finger down if you were put into solitary confinement. Put a finger down if you're not afraid to use your voice and let the world know that you're a survivor, and you're not going to stop until these schools are shut down. I see you, survivors. Breaking code silence. Let's do this.
Quite disturbing video, obviously. I mean, this is all very, very weird. So, some comments here. User since deleted. I went to one of these schools. My brother went to one that was probably worse than mine. He won't talk much about it. Wealthy dad didn't want us around in our teen years. I'm really happy she's drawing attention to this. People think a bad childhood is only about being poor, lived in the project, single parent, etc. No amount of money fixes this stuff, or she would have no incentive to speak out. This is important to her. Obviously, Paris is a human, and yes, she can live an extravagant life, but she deserves to be taken seriously and is doing a good thing here. So yeah, I mean, there's no shortage of people that are corroborating what she's saying. So a comment here from Cultural Hegemon. The Provo Canyon School and many others like it are descended from Synanon, a drug rehab program and cult from Southern California starting in the 60s. The rehab techniques developed by Synanon include systemic emotional and physical abuse, and the CIA is alleged to have used Synanon as a site for MK Ultra experiments on the effects of acute and chronic psychological trauma. Yeah, that's kind of weird. Dope and more of the same said, I know the Provo Circuit, WTC, Elon School Circuit. It's MK Ultra, but it's child play. If that was the extent of your program, count yourself lucky. What a dark comment. Wow. Wow. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. So we have MK Ultra overlap here. Wow. Jack Dieppe said, I was hired by one of these schools as one of two guys that took the kids. I worked one shift and never came back. Very, very dark stuff here. So if Paris was MK Ultra, possibly Brittany and Lindsay Lohan as well, they're described as the Holy Trinity, the most famous, most photographed. Is this Illuminati humiliation ritual the so-called upskirt era? I haven't heard anybody talk about it. I believe it is, just because of all of these connections. And Paris the kind of kicked it off and possibly even influenced the others. So let's move on here into the Weinstein situation. And we're going to examine two more actresses here with very, very bizarre stories. So we have here Jennifer Lawrence, a supposedly classy actress here, So she won an Academy Award for Silver Linings 2013. She kind of came onto the scene with Winter's Bone a couple of years before that. So relatively wholesome, classy actress, right? 2013, she's already an Academy Award winner. So let's see what she says about Harvey Weinstein as well as other people. If YouTube allows this to play. Alien Big Cat 23 says monarch programs can and tend to break down in their 30s. Yes, we were talking about that at the beginning of the stream as well. I'm actually kind of surprised YouTube didn't completely shut us down already. I mean, they've been dropped. The stream has been dropped a bunch of times. It appears to be working, but it's also, for some reason, it doesn't like me putting up clips. So I have to kind of brute force click them to come on. This doesn't happen for any other podcast other than this subject and the occult and NASA.
Before we begin, I just want to congratulate Harvey and his wife Georgina on the birth of their new baby boy. Harvey gave us just what we needed, another hymn.
Finally, I'd like to thank Harvey Weinstein, the Punisher, that's his nickname.
His nickname is the Punisher. Does anybody know why his nickname is the Punisher? We're going to watch this clip twice because there's some very, very disgusting things here that I'm picking up on.
The Punisher, yes.
Harvey, if I keep thanking you in public, people think we're having an affair. But nonetheless, if you're choosing sides in the playground before a scrap, I would like to have Harvey Weinstein and Graham King on my side.
Why would he want... So what does Harvey Weinstein do behind closed doors that people want him on their side during a fight?
Harvey Weinstein, Bob Weinstein, God bless them.
My friends at Miramax for making this film, especially Harvey. And,
Harvey, thank you for killing whoever you had to kill to get me up here today.
That's interesting. Jennifer Lawrence's relationship with Harvey Weinstein is very, very bizarre. She's claimed that he was like a father figure, he treated her respectfully, but her demeanor around him is very, very disturbing. So she just said here, thank you for killing whoever you had to kill to get me up here. Why would people think that's funny? That's kind of a weird joke, isn't it? If it's a joke.
And to Harvey Weinstein, the tough guy on the playground with the biggest heart. Thank you for saying you'd do anything for your friends, and you always do. Thank you.
And then Harvey Weinstein.
Harvey Weinstein. Harvey and Bob Weinstein.
Thank you, Harvey Weinstein.
I want to thank Harvey and Bob Weinstein.
My agent, Kevin Uvain, and God, Harvey Weinstein.
So his other nickname was God. Now, does that spell Illuminati humiliation ritual or what? So he's known as the Punisher and God. And note the entire room is laughing hysterically at this. Like, what? Laughing hysterically at calling Harvey Weinstein God and the Punisher.
The Punisher. Old Testament, I guess.
That was disturbing. Old Testament, I guess, giggle, giggle.
Especially the bomber Weinstein, my godfather.
It's better than I do.
Sometimes I call him Jennifer. It's a pet name.
Jennifer Lawrence calls Harvey Weinstein Jennifer as a pet name while massaging his arm, while caressing his arm here. Does anybody find the body language here between... So Jennifer Lawrence, here's what, 22 maybe? 22, somewhere around there. Why is she caressing his arm and making jokes about calling him her own first name? Is anybody else deeply disturbed by the way Jennifer Lawrence looks here? There's something weird going on. Now, again, this is just speculation. I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. But it seems like there's a lot about their relationship that we don't know. Like, look at the way she's giggling here. Look at the way he's laughing. It's very weird, and she's never said that anything between them happened untowardly. Although she did condemn, what he did with other people. But the fact that it's just so weird. It's weird.
I would like to thank Harvey Weinstein.
Harvey Weinstein, who believed in us and made this movie.
Harvey, thank you to Harvey.
Harvey Weinstein for his commitment.
And to Harvey Weinstein and everyone at Miramax.
He's Harvey Weinstein.
Harvey Weinstein and Lawrence Bender and
Harvey and Bob Weinstein. You also break my heart with your uncensored passion.
But I have to thank Harvey Weinstein.
Did she say uncensored passion? Or uncentered passion? Either way, that's weird.
And thank you, sir.
And of course, Harvey, who first took me on 20 years ago when I was a mere child sensation.
He took him on when he was a mere child sensation? That sounds weird. What's funny about that? What is so hysterical about saying that Harvey Weinstein took him on when he was a child sensation? Like, is that a joke? Why would that necessitate hysterical laughing from Weinstein? Like, what? And why are all these other people laughing at that? It's like this is all one big sick inside joke.
I want to thank the Mishpucha Weinstein. Mazel tov.
Their behavior is so weird. Specifically Jennifer Lawrence and Weinstein. It's so weird.
There's a guy I'd like to really thank here that people don't thank enough, but there's a kindly, wonderful, gentle man that we all deeply love.
What? That we all deeply love? I don't know, this is weird.
His name is Harvey Weinstein. A little rough around the edges, but a heart of gold. And we do love you. And this is a good man. People don't know that, but he's done a lot of good things in life. They'll write an article about that someday, too.
They'll write an article about that someday. It's like it's all one big inside joke, isn't it? It's like it's all one big inside joke, isn't it?
New Yorker.
What? What? Is he reenacting some kind of behind-the-scenes stuff? Does anybody else find this video weird? Yeah, this is so disturbing on so many levels.
Some say she's better than Meryl Streep. Who says that?
I don't know. Nobody. A lot of people.
Congratulations, you 5 ladies no longer have to pretend to be attracted to Harvey Weinstein.
That's an interesting joke, isn't it? Wow. That is quite an interesting joke, isn't it?
You wanted a job for Benson, now you me! Do you know who I am? You're gonna beg to get back into the pizza business! Just trying to do it. You! You were not kid!
You don't want to mess with Weird Al.
Oh, please. I'm not afraid of anyone in show business. I turned down intercourse with Harvey Weinstein on no less than 3 occasions out of 5. Look, I get it. I know how former lovers can have a hold over you long after they're gone. In some ways, I'm still pinned under a passed-out Harvey Weinstein, and it's Thanksgiving.
What? What? So they're making open jokes, not just at award ceremonies, but within. And look at the poster in the background too. Is that another one of Harvey Weinstein's nicknames? I mean, this is very, very weird. One of the most disturbing things, again, like I said, was Jennifer Lawrence's body language with him. It's very, very disturbing because she's.
I just congratulate Harvey and his wife Georgina on
I mean, I don't know how old she is here. 22, maybe?
the birth of their new baby boy.
23? Like, just the way that she's caressing him with that expression on her face is very, very weird.
Harvey gave us.
I mean, it's just very disturbing.
Did another hint.
Finally, I'd like to thank Harvey Weinstein, the Punisher. That's his nickname.
That's his nickname, the Punisher. I mean, just the level of sadism here. I mean, this is kind of disgusting, just imagining why his name is the Punisher.
The Punisher, yes.
Harvey, if I keep thanking you in public, people think we're having an affair.
Why would people think that? I mean, again, are these all weird inside jokes? But again, the most disturbing, of course, is Jennifer Lawrence here. Not only is she the youngest out of all these actresses, but it's just weird.
My agent, Kevin Uvain, and God, Harvey Weinstein.
I mean, look at everybody in the background laughing at that.
The Punisher. Old Testament, I guess.
Giggle, giggle, what?
Especially the bomber Weinstein.
You could tell she's really uncomfortable here. Like, a lot different than Jennifer Lawrence.
My godfather.
Sometimes I call him Jennifer.
What? Their whole relationship is probably some of the weirdest that I've seen.
Pet name.
And here's what's crazy. So, we're going to get into something really bonkers here. So, just all the giggling here in this particular interaction I found the most disturbing.
Okay.
So, now we're actually going to get into... So, Jennifer Lawrence... So she's a literal Academy Award winner for Silver Linings 2013 and Winter's Bone, which came out before that, which also she got a lot of award nominations and indie festivals. So she's supposedly this accomplished, I believe the first award show, I think it was around 2013 maybe. So she was very young. She was very young. And so she's accomplished Academy Award winner 2013. Now, since then, she's done this particular movie, which I haven't seen, but let's watch this scene in 2023. Just imagine your grandparents watching this scene decades ago and see what you think about it. Oh, wait, let's double check her age now. So she is 33. I don't know if she was 33 at the time of filming here, but I guess it's possible. She would have been 32 or 33 at the time of filming this particular scene coming up. If it works. YouTube being really glitchy tonight. We got 66 people in the chat. So I believe she was she was either 33 or 32 while filming this scene. Again, is this a humiliation ritual type scene? Should be working right now. So 2013, she wins the Academy Award. Silver Linings. Now we fast forward a decade. So she would have been about 23 then. So she was 22 or 23 in that video, being very friendly with Weinstein there. So now let's fast forward a decade and see what she's up to. Oh, not quite a decade. So 2018, I'm not going to play the video here. So she already won the Academy Award. Now we fast forward to 2018. I didn't see this movie, Red Sparrow. She's basically spreading her legs in front of a room full of people. In this particular scene, seems kind of strange. I don't know. I mean, out of all the roles she could have done, seems a little weird. Because it's not just about the scene. It was about how it is presented. Yeah, the spy film. They could have definitely shot this in a different way, though. It was very weird. I didn't see the movie, but it's just kind of a weird scene. I'm not 100% sure. I wouldn't necessarily call it an Illuminati humiliation ritual, but now whether we're going to look at this follow-up scene from 2023, which is highly suspect for Illuminati humiliation ritual, because this would have been after she condemned Weinstein, even though she maintained that nothing untoward happened between the two of them. So I think she condemned him in 2019, but I'm not sure. Now let's fast forward. It might have been 2018. It's 2018 or 2019. And now we're going to move to 2023. So keep in mind, this is an Academy Award-winning actress. If YouTube works. We're almost done. We don't have a lot more to go over. Just a couple more things in this deep dive, comprehensive analysis of Hollywood Illuminati humiliation rituals. Apparently a lot of people are getting weird ads. I don't know. Sometimes YouTube goes crazy with ads. Sometimes there's no ads at all anywhere. YouTube is quite weird. It definitely does.
Oh, dude, what the fuck? Dude! Wait, are you serious? Oh, what? Fuck. Give me your pants. What's wrong?
So this is an Academy Award-winning actress doing this movie. The entire movie is weird because she's seducing some young kid. I mean, I guess he's in his 20s, but he looks extremely young. And why is this with, like, these young teen kids? I mean, obviously they have to be at least 18, but they look so young in this scene. Like, what's the purpose of the scene?
Fuck! What about you? No. You want the business? No, take You want to steal clothes? You need fucking help. Call the cops. And stay the fuck out of Montauk.
Wait, Victoria, what do you mean no one has a phone? This is kind of a weird scene for an Academy Award-winning actress to be filming. So she might have... Oh, Montauk. I didn't even put that together. Holy crap. The movie is set in Montauk. So they did a lot of experiments there, including the Montauk Project, MK Ultra. I mean, there was so much with the Montauk Project. Wow, I totally didn't even put that together. Yes, this movie was set in the modern day, I believe. I didn't watch it. The name of the movie is called No Hard Feelings. Apparently, it's about her trying to seduce some young kid. He's 19 or 20. I think the actor's in his mid-20s. But it's just a weird movie. Like, it's just so weird. Like, why, can you imagine her reading the script and saying, oh, this is a good idea to do this movie? And why are they using such young kids in the, like, this girl here looks like she's 12. I'm sure they're probably mid-20s. But why are the characters so young? Like, how old is this girl here? This girl looks like she's 12. I'm sure she's like 25, the actress, but... And, like, how did they compose this scene? Let me just kick this 12-year-old looking girl in the vagina. That sounds like fun. Like, what? Who comes up with this stuff? Like, if your grandparents are watching this, it's just kind of weird.
Come here, cunts.
Like, it's just so weird. Like, can you imagine your grandparents watching this movie? Imagine watching this movie after watching the Academy Award ceremony. So I don't know if she's 32 or 33 at the time of filming this, but it's just kind of weird. Like, is this supposed to be funny? Like, I don't know. He's like, what the heck is going on? Like, if you're an Academy Award-winning actress, and you're like, this is the scene, somebody's gonna punch you in the taco, and you're gonna be romping around doing this fight scene, and it's supposed to be kind of funny, and you're an Academy Award-winning, let's look at her net worth here. So she makes $15 to $20 million a movie. Her net worth is $160 million. Can you imagine having a net worth of $160 million and doing this movie? I mean, I don't know. It's kind of weird. It's just kind of weird. Like, what is this movie? Like, who could have imagined this would be Hollywood movies in 2023? In 2023, you're having Academy Award winners doing these kinds of movies. Now, the German suplex is kind of funny. Who doesn't like a good German suplex? The German suplex is kind of funny, but that's only because I like pro wrestling. But the scene doesn't, I mean, it's just kind of weird. And why are they such young kids? Like, why couldn't they be adults?
You want the business? No, take quarter steel clothes? You need help.
Well, that's true. I mean, the movie's just weird. I didn't watch it because, again, it seems like, yeah, I mean, let's read the plot. I can read the plot of it. Supposedly it was like this really popular movie. So in the movie, the character, the boy she's supposed to be seducing is 19. Andrew Barth Feldman. 2000. So he, wow. So he's actually 21. Like, what's going through this 21-year-old skinny soy kid actor's head? Just the fact that they're even filming this scene. And let's see who the producers are here. The director is Gene Stupnitsky. He did the Office TV series. Bad Teacher, produced the Cameron Diaz movie 2011. Yeah, I mean, not much. So the plot here: on the brink of losing her home, Maddie finds an intriguing job listing. Helicopter parents looking for someone to bring their introverted 19-year-old son out of his shell before college. She has one summer to make him a man or die trying. Obviously, the implication of making him a man there to seduce him. It's called No Hard Feelings. It is very, very weird. Hold on, let's look at the producers here. Because I have a feeling this is going to be some kind of top dog producers. Wow, Jennifer Lawrence produced this herself. So she's basically, this is just kind of weird. So she's one of the top string pullers here. She's one of the top producers. I mean, there's a bunch of female producers on this as well. Including Naomi Odenkirk, who's married to Bob Odenkirk. I mean, this is kind of weird. Huh. Yeah, really weird. So this is what Academy Award winners are up to. So we got Montauk. She might be 33 while filming this. And I guess she thought it was a good idea. She is also the producer of this entire movie. So one could argue, like, what would be the point of a Illuminati humiliation ritual here for her? Unless it was the comments she made disavowing Weinstein with others, but she still maintained that there was nothing untoward between the two of them. So it's set in Montauk, and she might be 33 years old here. So we're only going to go over one more actress here. And that is, of course, Emma Stone. So here's going to be one of the final points. One of the final points here. So Emma Stone is a two-time Academy Award winner. So she won in 2016 for La La Land. Has anybody seen La La Land here? I haven't seen it. Musicals aren't my thing, but it looks like a kind of classy movie, right? She seems like a classy actress, right? Wholesome, classy, as far as I know. I mean, she hasn't done any super weird, sketchy movies, as far as I know. It's a classy movie, right? It seems like it. Yeah. So everybody in the chat saying it's a nice movie, nothing humiliation ritual about it. She wins an Academy Award for it. Now, the next movie she does is, so that was in 2016. So now, in 2023, she does Poor Things, which I have no interest in watching. But supposedly it's very humiliating, like tons of just really disgusting sex scenes with Mark Ruffalo, like extended for, so 2023, she wins another Academy Award winning, Academy Award for this debaucherous movie that's, supposedly very disgusting. A lot of people walked out on it. And yeah, look at her face here. So first of all, like one of the posters, it looks like the point of this whole movie was to humiliate her. Like, and she looks totally MK Ultra here in winning the Academy Award in 2023 versus 2016. In 2016, she still looks very wholesome and normal. Then fast forward 2023, I mean, she looks mentally in a completely different place. So again, why? So she's already Academy Award winner. She's achieved fame and fortune. Now, she's not 33, unless this movie took 2 years to film. So she's currently 35. So she would have been 34 filming this, not 33. But, you know, close enough if we're talking MK Ultra programming. Yeah, it's very, very weird. And she's also one of the highest paid actresses. So supposedly one of the classiest. And now let's get ready for Saturday Night Live, also 2023. And you guys can tell me if this is funny or not. Well, the movie, like, I couldn't even get the AI censor to work on the movie because it's just so horrible. And, you know, it's just so graphic. I mean, I don't want to look at it. And even the AI wanted nothing to do with it. And, I mean, just some stills online, even censored stills that you can find. Like, he's got her hanging upside down and doing weird, or not upside, I don't know, he's got her hanging or something. It's really weird. And so now coming up is Saturday Night Live, December 2023. If YouTube works, of course.
Sometimes I can barely find the strength to get out of bed. When the world feels so cold and dark, and I can't put the past out of my head. When I'm feeling all alone, can't make it on my own, and I seem so close to get.
Does anybody watch Saturday Night Live?
When there's darkness all around, and I'm
So keep in mind, this is an Academy Award-winning actress.
feeling really down. There's just one thing in the world that can cheer me up. Riding on the back of a garbage truck, fully naked in the middle of New York City at 11 a.m. With my ass hanging out in the middle of ballrooms. Doing hard work makes me feel alive. That's why I'm flinging flashbacks and only wearing pops in case there's sharp stuff in the trash. And I've never been more free than when my big white ass is flapping in.
So it's not even just about, I mean, obviously they're probably wearing something because this is Saturday Night Live and it's probably just CG. But the whole point is, like, listen to the lyrics they're making her sing. This isn't a movie. This is Saturday Night Live in 2023. Exactly, Taylor Biz. What world are we living in when an Academy Award-winning actress in her mid-30s is doing skits like this? So what's weird is, like, these other so-called comedians, like, whatever, if they think this is funny, whatever, but Emma Stone used to be like this classy, dignified actress. Like, why would she do this and think it's funny? I mean, I don't really know what's funny about this. Because again, if, like, these other comedians, I have no idea who any of these people are other than Emma Stone. But why would they make Emma Stone, like, it seems like, so was she forced to do this? as Illuminati humiliation ritual. Like, what's the deal here? Like, why would she do this? Because she's had other appearances on Saturday Night Live. I skipped through them quickly. I don't think there's anything, I mean, I didn't find any of them funny, but there's nothing weird about, I don't think they were humiliation rituals. But this one is just weird. Why would they make her do that? Like, they didn't make it wasn't one of the actresses that they made say that and do that. It was Emma Stone. This is an Academy Award-winning actress on the screen right now. And we just watched another scene from the No Hard Feelings movie with Academy Award-winning actress Jennifer Lawrence. So it seems like they got onto their 30s, and all of a sudden, Illuminati humiliation rituals start in their 30s, not... You know, you would think if some of these low-budget horror movies were Illuminati humiliation rituals, because some of them are relatively, like, gratuitous, but they don't appear to be Illuminati humiliation rituals, whereas this is weird. This is Saturday Night Live. Like, who thinks this is funny? Like, what is this skit? Like, how is this funny? And again, if these other comedians, whatever, it's not really... I mean, I'm not really surprised by any of the other comedians here. I am a little surprised that Emma Stone is doing this.
Swishing my toes in a mystery liquid, working really hard in the middle of midtown, helping make the city the best. And I've got whipping on my cheeks, but I'm totally at ease when my big fat ass is flapping in.
Like, why would Emma Stone think that's funny to say? I don't know, it's weird. This is all very weird. That's actually my next point, court of public opinion. Is it that they want to take these wholesome, like, they don't care about the degenerate content for, you know, people who aren't viewed as wholesome? Like, if Emma Stone really was, like, a genuinely good person with integrity, is part of this to corrupt those that are good with integrity? So, for example... Like, even Jennifer Lawrence seemed to be very classy up until even 2018. And it's like so is the Illuminati humiliation ritual in particular, like, taking these big, strong men like The Rock, John Cena, and flipping that on their head, making them wear dresses and appearing feminine and just all this nonsense, and with actresses taking these really good, like, let's say they're good-hearted actresses with character and integrity, and then corrupting them? Or if they were all MK Ultra, is this all the MK Ultra breakdown in the 30s where there's a need for an Illuminati humiliation ritual? And they even corrupted, well, see, some people think that's Mithras, and that's a subject for another podcast, but they didn't even leave the Statue of Liberty alone. Like, nothing was sacred in this it's weird. So this was the weirdest one for me, was this particular shot, where it's like, if you're an Academy Award-winning actress, Emma Stone, why would you do this? It seems kind of weird. It just seems really weird. I just don't understand why, like, why would they have her do that? It's just really weird. But it's not even about the face swap, because I mean, I'm sure they shot this with like a skin-colored suit or whatever, unlike the other scenes. But in this particular one, but it's not about that. Like, listen to the lyrics. It's also about what they're making them say. Like, what's funny about that? Like, what is funny about that? Whether it was that random comedian guy that said that, or if it's an Academy Award-winning actress in her mid-30s doing this skit. She just said, with my big white ass flapping through the wind. Can you imagine being an Academy Award-winning actress? And, I mean, I'm sure it's funny to NPC. I guess it's funny to NPCs. But imagine, put yourself in Emma Stone's shoes. Like, I don't think she's that stupid. So it's either Illuminati humiliation ritual or what? Like, maybe some of these other comedians actually are that stupid and on an NPC level to where they would think this is funny. But I think the whole Illuminati humiliation ritual comes into play on them kind of making Emma Stone do it. Or is there some other kind of MK Ultra programming where they trick her into thinking she wants to do it? So, like, she's tricked into thinking she wants to do it. Same thing with, like, all of the Paris Hilton, Britney Spears, all that stuff. They're kind of MK'd Ultra'd into giving their consent even though they normally wouldn't. She just said eating lunch spread eagle on a rusty I-beam. Like, this is just weird. Like, how is this not weird? Can you imagine your grandparents watching this? Like, it's just weird. I mean, I guess there are more humiliating things, but this is just weird. So, let's move on to the final point here. We're gonna go Tyrese Gibson dropping some bombs. Yeah, imagine the last two things we watched between the Jennifer Lawrence fight scene on a beach. Very weird, in Montauk, while supposedly being 33 years old. And then Emma Stone humiliating herself there. I mean, how does anybody view that not as humiliation? It's just weird. I mean, again, goofball comedians, maybe. But what was... I don't know, I just don't get it.
As much as I'm supposed to be promoting this movie and talking about my album, I just feel like we're in competition right now because they are trying to normalize the devil. They are trying to the devil is on the main stage at award shows and in every video and signs and symbols. And I said, you know what? We need to stop treating our relationship with Jesus like the little buddy that you talk to before you go to bed.
Well, Kill the Bank says, I've definitely met some people that would ROFLL at this crap. Well, yeah, no, I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about in the mind. I mean, yeah, humor is subjective. I'm sure you can find a lot of people that would find that funny. But in terms of what's going on through the mind, I mean, these are Academy Award-winning actresses doing this. It's just weird. And now here on the bottom, that's Taylor Swift did some kind of satanic music video. And she needs a whole podcast on her own, of course, with the LaVey connections. But yeah, here Tyrese Gibson is talking about how the devil's on full display in the mainstream now.
Night. and not be more vocal about all the things that God means to us and all of the things that God has brought us through. Because there's been a lot of moments that you didn't post about.
Mm-hmm.
But yet how did God decide to get me through this?
Yeah, man.
And they going above and beyond to promote the devil. And it's pissing me off because the devil worshipers used to be real secretive, going down in the basement, this secret world. Now they just
they on the device too.
Yeah,
Believe that. Yeah. I do want to come back and I want to talk to you about Fast 10 as well.
So Kill the Bank says here, I would say there is a very good chance that they have to do this, selling their soul for money. That's interesting. We have no idea what kind of contracts they sign. It would be weird if it's hard to believe that they would do it against their will. It seems like they were tricked into doing it. That would be my guess. Because what kind of an Academy Award-winning actress in her mid-30s would want to do stuff like that? It's just weird. And, I mean, there's a ton of other stuff. I mean, those are for other podcasts, but this was a relatively comprehensive analysis of what is or isn't Illuminati humiliation ritual in Hollywood. And some people, again, during the poll, there were people who really thought that women weren't humiliated that publicly. But, I mean, it's kind of crazy. And, again, I'm not saying everything is Illuminati humiliation ritual. Obviously, it's not. There's a ton of, we could probably even say the majority of scenes aren't. But there are certain weird scenes that just jump out, and it's like, why would anybody do that? It seems relatively degrading. It's just weird. Court of Public Opinion says Eyes Wide Shut was a documentary. It seemed to have been, yes. After Alex Jones and Bohemian Grove, it's all out there anyway. Well, yeah, that's the other thing. So Victoria here saying more blackmail ? That's curious, because if they are being blackmailed, do this weird Saturday Night Live skit or else. I mean, yeah, if Epstein's got them all on video, I mean, who knows? It's very, very bizarre. So, yeah, I mean, that's it for now. Hopefully everybody enjoyed this multi-hour deep dive in comprehensive fashion into Illuminati humiliation rituals and basically the perversion of many, many things. And one can only imagine how much worse it's going to get. Because if this is all out in the open mainstream and public, I mean, it's kind of scary. It's kind of scary at the normalization of all of this stuff in the mainstream media. It's just really, really bizarre. I mean, just absolutely bizarre. So thanks again for all of the MindShock listeners joining us today in this comprehensive analysis. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe, like, and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. And questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.